Hello, everyone. Welcome and good evening and good afternoon and late evening for people from the other parts of the world. It's a Thursday, 6 p.m. London time, and now is when we go live at Operation Stephen. These days, of course, people will be familiar. We're mostly engaging with Islam in this Prove Me Wrong series, and the theme for today is that Islam, or the challenge for today, is that Islam ruins families. Many times you might have heard that Islam is conservative. You might have even seen Muslims, show up in conservative meetings and whatever. So the wrong impression that is there across the world and sometimes in the Western world is that somehow Islam is a conservative worldview. And you might have actually seen that used by Daniel Hachikbuchu from the US, where he was arguing and saying that Islam somehow is traditional in its values. And by traditional, he wants to, of course, present a positive view of Islam. Islam is traditional in its values, is what he says. Islam in reality is neither conservative nor traditional. It's the worst form of debauchery that the world could have, especially in relation to families. And so that is the challenge for tonight. If there is a Muslim who is watching, or if there's some Muslim who will join us soon to watch us, the challenge that he needs to face is this. And you can come on stage and explain how Islam actually helps people build families. I just to be clear, I know that there are many Muslims who have families in the Western world. And of course, even perhaps in the Islamic world, there are many Muslims who have families. I'm not suggesting remotely that Muslims can't have families. My point rather is that Islam ruins families. So if any Muslims have families, these are families despite Islam. Of course, God has created human beings. God of the universe, the true God, God of the Bible, has created the universe, including this world, and He has given us conscience deep within. So even with some of the worst brainwashed people on the face of the earth, the conscience kicks in a little bit, and therefore people may do contrary things, contrary to brainwashing. And I think when Muslims have something that would remotely appear like a family, I think that is what is going on. These are families despite Islam. But if we go with Islam, then if you go with Islam alone, then you'd find that Islam would ruin and destroy not just nations, not just the Jews and the Christians, but also even Islamic quote unquote families. So if you're a Muslim who is already watching, the link is already on the live chat. So please be ready. What I'm going to do is I'll be praying in a brief moment, and also on top of that, present a brief case for my position. But you're most welcome. The challenge should be relatively obvious, and therefore you're most welcome to join the stream anytime to kickstart the challenging. I see a number of friendly faces already, Christians, brothers and sisters, and non-Christian friendly faces already in the live chat. I, of course, see our members and our live chat moderators, all our family who are there to support us. I really thank every one of you. Thank you for all the new people who are showing up in the stream also. Thank you very much. What we'll do right now is pray and get started. Comment this evening before God, the one true God, not the Islamic Mickey Mouse Allah, but the one true God, Jesus, and get the stream started. Brother, before I do that, I just wanted to briefly update the Brother Knight. Brother Knight, actually, I really don't know what happened. I know you came on stream and we were having struggle even hearing you, I think, if I remember correctly. But I understood based on your chat messages, or I think in the private chat or something, I understood that you had a struggle with the commenting or whatever. And post the stream, I went to our settings and somehow you were part of the, I don't know what really went wrong. I'm not sure, but I'm assuming there's some mistake somewhere. Maybe, sometimes it's easy to get things wrong when you're trying to click something. And because the live chat is fast moving, you click on something else. So I do apologize, but really great to see you here again. Okay, let's pray and get started. Father, God of the universe, Yahweh, Yehovah, El Shaddai, El Roi, Yahweh Ire, El Elyon, El Eloi, Israel, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, our precious God and Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, Yeshua, God who saves, Yahweh who saves. Lord, thank you for who you are. Thank you for who you have been. A God who sees, a God who comforts, a God who is a banner, a God who protects us, provides for us, a God who is able to do all things. It's a marvelous privilege to have you as our God. To have the true God as our God is indeed a privilege. Not many today in this world are not brainwashed. And therefore, at least to have this level of clarity is a great start. So thank you, Lord. At this time, we commit ourselves in your hands. Lord, we remember you, our precious Lord Jesus, who went to the cross for us. What a marvelous love you have demonstrated for us on the cross. If not for you, where would we be? Where would I be? Where would I be? Where would I be? Because according to the Bible, I will be judged according to my own works, and that by that I won't qualify ever to be with you at all. But thank you for extending a helping hand, that because of the cross I could have a hope of eternal life. Lord, thank you for not just dying for me, but also dying for every single human being, including the worst of human beings the world could have ever seen. You loved us so dearly, even when we were your enemies. So I do want to commend our Muslim friends in your hands. Pray for your blessings for our Muslim friends, not just in the UK, but Muslims across the world. Pray through your spirit, Lord, that you give them strength and courage to face up to the reality of what we are discussing these days, and open their eyes. Be brave. Be brave. Be brave to look beyond what you have been indoctrinated to believe, and look for inferences that automatically flow from obvious facts that are there to be seen. So we want to pray for our Muslim friends. We pray that through your Holy Spirit, that hopefully many will be able to leave Islam, leave this pit of hell, leave the pit of hell on earth, leave this force of evil and darkness, and the worst form and the most comprehensive form of brainwashing the world could have ever seen, and arrive at your presence, Lord. We commend ourselves in your hands. Commend all our friends in your hands, non-Christian friends, other non-Muslim, non-Christian friends in your hands who are watching. We would like for them also to know that Jesus is the only hope. We commend our Christian brothers and sisters who are manning the live chat, who are supporting us in providing a friendly environment, entertaining, engaging environment in your hands. Pray for your blessings for each one of them. Pray for your blessings for our precious sisters and brother who mans the life, my precious Christian members who support us. Lord, pray also for Joe, who is in the backstage, who supports me tirelessly, working tirelessly, maybe 10 times more than me, maybe 100 times more than me. Thank you for young brother Joe. Lord, comment everyone in your hands. Help me, give me wisdom, give everyone else wisdom. Comment all things in your hands. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Amen. Lovely. So, there we go. We can get started. The challenge is relatively straightforward. If you're a Muslim who's watching, you know how to, and if well, most of you might already know how to get on stage, but if you didn't know, the link in YouTube is at the top of the live chat. I forgot to actually put the link on Facebook. Let me do that in a right way, so you have the link already with you, so you can join ASAP. So, like I said, on YouTube at the top of the live chat, you should have the link, and on Facebook, it is now a pinned comment, and so you know how to join. Hopefully, many of you would be joining soon. Now, for everyone else who is watching, can I please request, if you enjoy our stream, if you find our stream to be productive, please would you consider clicking on the like and share and subscribe options, so many more would benefit from what we're doing. I think today, most likely Adam wouldn't be here because I saw that he has a stream arranged for a similar time. I think maybe starting in 15 minutes or so in his channel. So he is, I think, not going to be joining from what I can see. So please share and subscribe. But we'll get cracking with what we have to do right now in our stream. We are looking forward to brave Muslims joining us rather soon. What is the challenge? To quickly reiterate, I'm not saying Muslims don't have families. Not in the UK, not in the West, and not in the Islamic nations. I am not saying Muslims don't have families. That's not the point. I'm rather saying that Islam ruins families. If a Muslim man allows Islam to take hold of his life, then he will inevitably be a tool in the hands of Islam to destroy his own family, perhaps the families of his relatives, because Islam ruins families. If any Muslim has something that remotely works as a family, please note carefully, that is purely because, despite Islam, because of conscience of human beings, some people manage to have something that remotely looks like a family. So that is the point. That is the challenge that we'd like to present. Someone suggests this. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, for everyone who's watching, yeah, the commendation I have very simply is that ultimately, of course, we'd like to commend to you, if you carefully examine different religions, not just Islam and Christianity, but various other religions, what would be obvious when you get to the depth of the religions, the worldviews, is that only Christianity, only the true historical Christianity has a couple of different things which demonstrate that it is from God. A couple of different things. One is that verifiable evidence would substantiate, would back up the Christian worldview as the only worldview which is representative of God. Only verifiable evidence. Both evidence and verifiable. Both are keywords. You would have no other worldview which remotely come any closer. And apart from that, what you'd also find is that in Christianity, you'd find the very definition of morality. I think our conscience would, over a discussion, bear testimony of the fact that the Christian morality, the biblical morality, what terrible, some terrible things that people might do in the name of Jesus in some part of the world at some stage in history. But I'm talking about the morality that is demonstrated, that is revealed by God of the Bible, as evidenced and as testified and recorded in the Bible. And so morality would substantiate again that this, wherever the Bible came from, whoever God of the Bible is, clearly is the source of morality. So that is what I commend to everyone who's watching. Now let's open up the challenge in relation to Islam that we have today. I know someone is in the backstage who might have been verified already, but if he is verified, please give me some time, Anuranjan. I need to set this day. I know you're not Muslim. I want to make sure I'm setting the stage up quickly for our Muslim friends to jump on stage to defend, the mess that they have. Why do I consider that Islam ruins families? I have listed the reasons here. Normally when you consider a family, essentially you would be thinking about an environment between a man and a woman where there is a trust-based, love-based, commitment-based relationship. Trust, love, commitment, all three important. Trust, love, commitment. An environment between a man and a woman. And, in that environment, for children to be born, and, this is what we would call as a family. And the children can further go on to have their own families as they grow older. This is what people would normally be seeing as a family. You'd see this broadly in the Christian West, although there are societal issues in the Christian West, because in the Christian West, many have turned their backs so far to Jesus. They have turned their backs to Jesus so far. Therefore, you see families which are broken, families which are struggling, and so on. And we are working on these things through God's grace for us to get back to a place where we have healthy families consistent with the biblical commendation. But that's a family, a trust-based, love-based, commitment-based relationship between a man and a woman, which leads to them having children who then grow up and have their own families. This is what would be seen as a family. But what do we have in Islam? In Islam, what you find is nothing other than what you, maybe I shouldn't call this families. Maybe I should double quote this just to make sure we understand that we are not talking about a family. What you have in Islam is nothing but an individualized brothel. That's what you have in Islam. What do I mean by individualized brothel? People will be familiar with brothels. Many men, many women, that sort of stuff. Having illicit sexual relationships or sexual that ruins the lives of men and women. That's what a brothel is. It's a place where you get to have this. That's a brothel. Now, what you would come across in our world normally is a brothel is a place where there are many women, and that many men go there to ruin their own lives. That's a brothel. In Islam, you actually have a specialized form of a brothel, which is what is called a family. Quite gaslightingly, quite deceptively, quite misleadingly, maybe misleadingly is the right word, quite misleadingly. In Islam, what you have is an individualized brothel. Individualized brothel. What is an individualized brothel? Essentially, what you normally see as a brothel, except in this case, there is only one man involved. One man. Everything else is the same. One man, but everything else is the same. The women are playing the part of brothel women, and you get rid of them, you get them, you pay for the sex. This is what a brothel is, and this is what happens. So in Islam, what you have is what is called an individualized brothel. Now, actually, it becomes even worse because within the individualized brothel, you have severe ill treatment. Women are merely sex slaves. There's no rights any further than that. And the Islamic heaven is reflective of this. You can, my complaint is not that this is what happens in this world, but this is what happens even in heaven, the Islamic heaven, not the true heaven, but the Islamic heaven. In this brothel, essentially girl children, of course, if you're having plenty of such illicit relationships, you'd have plenty of kids being born, children being born. And so having children is clearly something that Islam has. And this is why, because it's a brothel, because you're having too much of what what is meant to be a holy institution of a family, because you have too many just brothel activity, you have too many children. So you'd find that in Islam, people have too many children. But having said that, what happens is when children are born, the girl children are treated with disdain, because of course they are eventually going to grow up to be brothel slaves anyway. They're not welcome. That's another issue. And apart from that, you have other obnoxious ideas, such as calling brothel activity to be marriage. You have with someone, you have a brief 1 hour stand, and you call it a marriage. Even a 1 hour stand, marriage. And then other things such as you in your anger said, hey, look, you get rid of one of your sex slaves, which is by saying talak, talak, talak. And now Islam demands, now that you've said talak, talak, talak thrice, Islam demands that lady, now if she needs to continue in the brothel, the same brothel, has to leave the brothel, go have sex somewhere else, in some other brief brothel, and then return. Obnoxious. Now, at least, individualized brothel, at least, if you're contained, maybe, it is a brothel, but at least it'll just be a brothel. But with this going around and coming in, it's essentially a brothel where sexually transmittable diseases would be in a considerable level. When it comes to issues with women, if the individual who owns the brothel, who runs the brothel, who makes use of the brothel, doesn't like some women, he pays for them, gets rid of them, and then brings someone else in, that sort of stuff. He can rotate, and he doesn't have to conduct all of his operation within one building. He can have a distributed sort of a brothel where he has, maybe 5 other hotel rooms booked for his activities. And that's how he runs his brothel. For the women involved, having a way out of this abuse is a humongous challenge. And so ultimately, this scheme, first of all, isn't a family at all, even at the start. But even if remotely you say, okay, well, okay, you'll call this a family of some sort, it ends up ruining the love that didn't even exist. But the love that Islam doesn't recommend between the man and the woman, or for the man to show to the woman, especially. Uh, Even the little love that a man can show to the woman, despite Islam, is lost. The little trust that may exist between the man and the woman is lost, and also there exists no commitment. So Islam ultimately ruins family. So that is the challenge. If you're a Muslim, who is watching, and if you think, oh, Mullah Mukbar, this isn't the case at all. My Mullah, Mickey Mouse Islamic Allah is much better. We have quality environment, quality theology, quality doctrine, and this fellow Arul doesn't know what he is saying, and he needs to be put in his place. If that's what you are thinking as a Muslim, I would encourage you to come on stage and engage in a meaningful conversation. So if you're a Muslim who's watching, you're most welcome to join the stream. We have set the stage properly, and you can already come on stage. The link to join the stream is at the top of the live chat on YouTube. On Facebook, the link is pinned as a comment. And on Twitter, I think perhaps also the link is somewhere as a comment. So I'm really looking forward to some Muslim who is able to join us sometime soon. I'm sure there are at least a few Muslims who would be watching us right now. So let me open this stage right now for people to join. First preference is for Muslims who join to challenge my presentation. Second preference is for non-Muslims who might have any question or any comment about what I have said so far. Non-Muslims who might have some question about Islam or some comment about Islam, particularly on the topic at hand. Third preference is for anything else. And so now looking forward to people joining us. Thank you very much, Brother Christoph. Thank you very much, everyone else. It's lovely to see you all. And please hit like and subscribe if you haven't done, but hit like so we could reach a wider audience tonight also. Any Muslim who disagrees with what I have said so far, you're most welcome to join the stream. Actually, Brother Puma is right. If any Muslim actually agrees with what I've said, you're most welcome to join the stream also to share your story. It'll be lovely. At some stage, we'll try and see if we can get some videos of Islamic women. If I've in the past I've come across Islamic women, even in the UK, who have suffered some serious abuse, who have come out. It's really hard for them to come out, even in the UK. But they have been courageous, and some of them have come out, and some such news have become popular. And if any of you have any of these links at hand, I'd like for you to please, if you can send them along as we wait for someone to join, it would be lovely. In the meantime, I'm keen to find out which Muslim would want to join the stream. Ahmed Tuki says that he agrees. Ahmed, I'm maybe you're an ex-Muslim. If you are, I'd really like to see if you have a story to share. Please let me know. If you're an ex-Muslim, if you're able to make to the StreamYard backstage, that would be lovely. We can have an idea of perhaps what you've gone through and that sort of stuff in relation to this, especially if you have some specific comments. But Otherwise, if there is any Muslim who is in the stream, it would be lovely for you to join. Um, cool. I'm just trying to go through the private messages here in the backstage. Any Muslims who are able to provide anything that could get us going, it would be lovely to have you on stage. Brother Christoph says, in my father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. What an amazing saying from our Savior, Jesus Christ. That is very, very true. Anuranjan, you're most welcome to join the stream if you still are around. Have you seen any Muslim? Yeah, it's hard to come across any sensible one. Even if they are a little bit sensible from a distance, the moment they hear some challenge about Islam, they lose everything. And so that's what we have, unfortunately. But we put up with this nonsense. So because otherwise it's hard to engage with Muslims. Absolutely. James Paul, you're most welcome to join the stream. Most welcome to join the stream and ask a question that you might have. Now, in the meantime, Mr. Jalal Hassan, you ignorant people still saying Ilallaha is the best of the deceivers, while you know that you are lying. I've got no clue as to what you'd have in your mind. There's one way to get things right. There are 1,000 ways to get things wrong. And going by all that you've said in the past in live chats and in comments or videos, I haven't got a clue as to what variety of mental illness you have. And so, Mr. Jalal Hassan, if you want to show up on the stream and engage with the topic at hand, it would be lovely to see what you have got to say. In the meantime, who is that gentleman? Who is the not Ahmed? Merry Christmas to, yeah, absolutely. Who is that gentleman who? James Paul. James Paul, you're most welcome to join the stream. Waiting for you to join. Right. I would beg to differ, but through God's grace, if I am useful to God in some way, shape, or form, I'm more than glad. And if I could finish my work as the least of His servants, I'd be more than glad. But thank you very much for the for that good wish expressed there, Giovanni. I pray for God's blessings upon you, even as you are in Italy. Pray for God's blessings for you. Thank you very much, Master Popper. Thank you. Absolutely not. Yeah, Islam. I don't know who even allowed Islam to flourish as a religion. All Muslims are loved by Christians. Absolutely, and this is why we engage with the Muslims. Allah is a potato, but potato. I completely agree. what's it? A potato which is spoiled, not even a unspoiled potato, but a potato which is spoiled. Add me on the live. I want to challenge you and show you Islam is right. James, the way you come on, yeah, I can't. I don't have power to add you in the current state. The way I could add you is if you are able to click on the link at the top of the live chat on YouTube. On YouTube, at the top of the live chat, if you click, you should be able to come to the backstage in StreamYard. And when you come to the backstage, then we'll then be able to get you on stage after that. So you need to come to the backstage. The way you do that, click on the link at the top of the live chat. Master Popper, I understand you perhaps is a former Muslim. If you are, you're most welcome to join the stream if you have something to share. Mr. Indian Rebirth. Someone says Arul wins every argument. Very simply, the truth wins every argument. It's as simple as that. When someone is marketing the truth or marketing Jesus, of course, in this world, at this time and age, it's really difficult. I'm not saying it's easy, but if you know the truth properly, you should be able to, at least to a sensible man, get your message across. So Mr. James Paul, who is in the backstage, could you please respond to Joe in the backstage? On the in the private chat. James Paul, on the right hand side, there is this thing called in StreamYard window. There is this thing called private chat. If you respond to Brother Joe there. Okay, James is responding there. Brother Joe, James is responding there. So we'll hopefully get you on stage soon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pop. Lovely to see you. Mr. Jalal, not sure if you are confused. I mean, of course, if you're a Muslim, you would be confused. Maybe I should be clearer. Not sure what variety of confusion you currently have. The time is around 20 to 7, and not sure what your medication schedule is. So, and in terms of your ability to string together anything that remotely appears meaningful, not sure. I don't know about these things, But of course, if you're based in the UK, your GP would know. But elsewhere, no, of course, if you're visiting a doctor regularly, your doctor would know. I don't know, and so I'm really trying to make sense of your incoherent ramblings, which is going all over the place. I'm struggling. So, Mr. Jalal Hassan. Jalal Hassan. His name Jalal Hassan. Yeah, Jalal Hassan. If you're able to make your way to the backstage, we'll be able to give you an expert opinion about your mental ailment. I have a bit of experience dealing with serious mental ailments, such as what you might have, and so if you make your way, I'd be able to give you expert opinion. So please come to the backstage. Okay, so James is in the backstage. James, I'm not sure if you're Joe. What's happening? I can see that you're not. You haven't done your verification. Maybe we'll get James on, uh, Joe, but of course we won't be showing him on the screen. But James, if you're able to show your face, that would be fine. That would be excellent. Abhishek, you're saying no, although not a Christian anymore. Um, I'd I would encourage you to be a Christian. I don't know what made you leave the precious Lord Jesus. If you'd like to have a conversation, it'd be lovely to have that conversation. I really think when someone gets to know Jesus properly, there is no way he could leave Jesus. And so please, Abhishek, if you're thank you very much for your support there, monetary support there. But if you're able to engage, as if you're able to come on stream tonight, or if you're able to email, it'll be lovely to get in touch. Okay, so James is taking a little bit of time. Hopefully, we should get him on stage soon. In the meantime, let's get James. James is there. James, I'm beginning to see James a little bit. James, show your face a little bit better, James, please. To Joe, let's get you on stage soon after that. Hello, my lovely friend from all the way from Israel. God's peace to you. Lovely to see you. And I think there are also my other Jewish friends in the live chat. Lovely to see Dan. Dan is here. Dan, it's lovely to see you also. I'm looking forward to James coming on stage soon. Someone seems to be selling some rice. Thank you very much. Thank you for the good wishes. God's blessings to you. Absolutely, Dan. Thank you much. Thank you. Of course, all our brothers and sisters are also there. Thank you very much. While we wait, Joe, we have James here. Yeah. Hello, James. Hello, James.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. How are you doing?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, James. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Lovely. Where are you joining from today? Please briefly introduce yourself.
I'm actually from Senegal.
Senegal. Okay. Go ahead. Lovely to see your face. Of course, your face is only visible to me. It's lovely to see your face. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself briefly. Your
Um,
name is a Christian name. Is that a pseudonym? Or were you a Christian before, but now a Muslim? Is that the background? Please explain.
yeah. I was actually a Christian, but I don't think Christianity is somehow complicated. I don't really understand the Trinity and all those stuff. That is why I had to join. I've been a Muslim for like 3 years now.
3 years. Okay. It's a tragedy, but not unsalvageable. And hopefully, through God's grace, we can get the process reversed. So, James, tell me, you said you have a question on the topic at hand, or a comment. You wanted to prove me wrong. So, please help me understand. Using the Quran, why would you say that Islam helps build a family as opposed to ruin a family?
Please come again. Please come again.
Yeah, essentially, you said on the live chat, I remember you saying that you wanted to prove me wrong or challenge me or something. Initially, you
Yeah,
said you have a question that you wanted to ask, but then later on you said you wanted to prove me wrong or challenge me. So help me understand. Do you understand that Islam ruins families?
I always watch your video. You keep challenging Muslim, and I want to prove to you that Islam is right.
But yeah, okay, cool. That's lovely to hear. But today, particularly, the challenge we have is that Islam ruins families. Would you like to engage on that topic? You look very young. Are you married?
But
Do you have a family?
yeah, yes, but you have to show me where it says it ruins family.
Okay, I can do that. Just give me 1 second. So, do you see what is in front of you right now? Do you see what is in front of you right now?
Yeah, yeah.
If you're able to see, I can read through, no problem. But just tell me, can you read? I will read for you, but is the text big enough for you to follow when I read?
Not that big, but go ahead, read. Let me hear.
A family. If you
Where
focus
where
only on
where
this,
where did you get this from? Is it from the Quran?
I type. Yeah, I typed this just moments ago, maybe before you joined stream. I typed this, and these are my claims based on the Quran. In a family, you need to have a love,
Yeah.
trust, and commitment based relationship. Yeah, between a man and a woman. Yeah,
Yes, yes, yes.
that's the very foundation of a family, who we would call father and mother, husband and wife. A love, trust, and commitment based husband and wife, and based on that,
Okay.
you build a family. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Islam doesn't have this. Islam has the opposite of this. What Islam has is what we would ultimately describe as a brothel. You hearing what I'm saying? It's really a brothel. Sex slaves, many of them under one roof or under multiple roofs that are managed by one man. That's what Islam presents as a family. Really, that's not a family. Would you call a brothel a family?
No, but you are not showing me where you get all this from. You have to show me in the Quran where you get all this from because I can't find it there. Islam respects women and Islam respect family.
Okay, let me show you from the Quran. Do you know? I'll quickly ask first of all, do you know that in the Quran, according to the Quran, Islamic women are sex objects? Do you know this? And Islamic women can be beaten by the man. Islamic women can be the man won't need to keep any commitments. No commitments kept, easily replaced. Are you familiar with these things? Oh, what's up, Mister? What's his name? James. James is gone. James Paul is gone. What is happening? James is. Um, and this is the Islam without knowing the basics of Islam. Women are merely sex slaves. They are sex objects. They are beaten if suspected. Um, no commitments kept to them. They are easily replaced. There are dress codes. and on and on and on. So women are sex slaves. There's nothing in Islam that actually demonstrates or presents Islam women as anything more than sex slaves. So when you have a number of these sex slaves, uh, within a building or across different buildings, managed by and abused by one man, that specialized brothel environment is what is called a family in Islam, a specialized brothel. And of course, when you have sex to this degree, you have plenty of children. And when you have children, the girls are not valued, they're not welcomed, and they are seen already. As long as they can walk around, they are seen as the next generation of sex objects. On top of that, there are weird other orgy-like practices, halala, mutta, and so on. In this environment, to get rid of the woman, it's just payment. You pay a little bit here, pay a little bit there, get rid of the woman, which is what you do with the women in a brothel. If you run into some issues, or pay, and pretend the issue never happened to begin with. For the woman, there's no way to come out of the abuse. This is it. This is what Islam presents as a family. Anyone who is sensible, anyone who is familiar with the, you don't have to be familiar with the biblical understanding of a marriage. If you have a remote idea of having seen a family somewhere, you know that this is not a family. This is just a specialized form of a brothel. That's what Islam is. That's what Islam calls a family. It has nothing better. This is a recipe for disaster. This is not conservative behavior. When people like what's his name? When people like get his name now, the debater, who's debate David Hachikbuchku, Daniel Hachikbuchku. When you have people such as Daniel Hachikbuchku saying that Islam is conservative and so on, it's just it's okay. Maybe we should give that for them. But maybe Islam has come up with the cleanest of brothels. Maybe that we can give it to Islam. The cleanest, the fanciest of brothels. And of course, the king of Saudi Arabia has his own version. And so you can see how the cleanest and the fanciest of these. Daniel Hachikbuchku. Yeah. So cool. Now, Masked Popper, I understand you are an ex-Muslim. If you are around, please come on stage. But I see that somehow James has wandered away. That's a bit of a tragedy, but what can we do? Okay. Joe, is Chota Tesla ready? Hello, Chota Tesla. Can you please unmute yourself and speak?
Hi Arul, how are you?
Hey, by God's grace, okay. How are you doing?
I'm great. It's second time that I'm speaking to you.
Yes, I do remember catching up in the past, although I don't remember the topic we had discussed. But lovely to see you again. Did you now? What did we discuss last time? Please, can you please briefly remind us?
If I remember correctly, we discussed that Islam is evil, and I thanked you for your work that you have been doing for a very long time. I've been following you from almost 12 years and so, maybe more than that. And I really appreciate, again saying that, really appreciate what you are doing. Also, last time we had Adam Seeker on your stream, and there was one thing that was raised by you, that the origin of Sanatan Dharma or Hinduism was happened out of India. And truly, I will be honest with you, I do not have that much knowledge to back things up, to be honest, because I have been, not taught in a religious way in my life. But just wanted to come here and say something, that what actually, how we as Sanatanis, as Hindus, have fought Islam in our own way. Now the example is Ram Mandir. We have demolished the Babri Masjid. Our ancestor did it, and they did it, and they sacrificed their life for it. And today we have a Ram Mandir in Ayodhya in place of a Babri Masjid. And I have seen people who were teachers, who were old people, who have walked thousands of kilometers just to do car seva, and to demolish that structure, which was what I can say was it was a mocking structure that shows us that Hindus are below Muslims. And finally, you can see that the will of our ancestors, that we are claiming back our own ancestry. And I see that people uh, who were teachers have said that instead of we are teachers, we teach kids, but if required we will pick revolvers. In 1990s, they were so hardcore about it. They didn't care at all about their lives when it comes to their beliefs, and I am really inspired by that.
Can
I
I can I
think.
can
Hmm,
I please stop you there? And
sure.
thank you very much. Of course, Chota Tesla. Thank you very much for beginning. And at some stage, it will be lovely when I do begin engaging with Hinduism again properly on a dedicated channel. It'd be lovely to have you for us to discuss some of these things in detail. I, if I could just share for a couple of moments, please. For a couple of moments, if I could just respond to what you've said so far. Um, I don't agree with your view.
I don't mind
And
it.
the, no, no. You should mind when someone says I don't agree. You should mind. You should mind, and you should ask why. Islam does the same. They go around and say we don't mind. What do you say? We don't mind. You need to mind. If a fellow human being says no, I actually have a problem with your ideas, whether right or wrong, you should mind. You should listen. You should carefully evaluate, and then if you're wrong, you can change your mind and whatever. So you should mind. And what I would say is this: today in the West we have a serious issue through which is the existential problem because of Islam. We are through God's grace working on it. What I'd comment to you, Chota, is that clearly in India we've had that clash in the times past, Islam and rest, and the result of that isn't good. Isn't good,
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
and on both fronts. On both fronts, it isn't good. Not just from the Muslims, but also from the Hindus, including Karasheva that you're talking about. That's not good. If you're going to do exactly the same as what the other person is going to do, why should I think you're any better? And that's a serious issue. What you would know when we are through God's grace, hopefully you'll see the Christian response. Christian response, we respect and love the human being, but we'll get to the bottom of the ideology. You don't respond to the sword with the sword. You respond to the sword, an ideology which brings a sword in a civil society with an appropriate response. So, so that's my brief thought. Chota, can you please briefly hold? I don't know where you are. You from joining from India? Don't know, but if you are, please, can I please? I know you are a friendly gentleman. Can I please request you to briefly wait in the backstage? There is someone who is in the backstage who might be a Muslim, so I'd like to see if he wants to engage. Muhammad, if you're a Muslim, please on the right hand side in StreamYard, there is. Please respond to Brother Joe in the private chat. Mohammed, I'd really like to get you on stage soon. But if you respond to Joe in the private chat, that would be lovely. On the right-hand side, hopefully you can see that. Mohammed Munir. On the right-hand side, in StreamYard, there is a private chat. Please respond to Joe. Now, while we wait for Mohammed. So Chota, that's the my brief thought to get the conversation going. And on top of that, what I'd also say is that as much as Muslims make claims without evidence, in the case of Ram Mandir, it is demonstrated that also is a claim without evidence. Archaeology, as the Ram Mandir was attempted to be built, does not demonstrate the existence of a Ram Mandir underneath Babri Masjid. Doesn't exist. And so essentially one side did some terrible things, in terms of other things in India, but people espousing Hinduism have responded with mythical claims and also responded in like manner. Those are my couple of brief thoughts that I wanted to share. What do you think about this?
Arul, I think you are misinformed regarding this, because there were archaeological findings that happened, and this happened through a legal channel. The Supreme Court of India actually established that there was a Ram Mandir that was existing before Babri Masjid was there. So there was a very long battle that happened. It's not a one-day thing that happened. I think you need to have a little bit of more information regarding this.
Chota. I'm going to stop you there. This is the typical. This is the way typically brainwash people work. You're saying I need to have more information. You said
It's
saying
through the
that,
legal channel, Supreme Court of India, actually. Yeah.
Please listen. I need to have more information, that I need to be informed. When you haven't given any indication to say that I missed any information, just because something went through a legal process, it doesn't mean there is evidence that has been presented. Just because something took a long time, it doesn't mean there is evidence that was presented. Karasheva activity has been scrutinized, and as a matter of fact, in India, RSS for that reason was banned for a very long time. You may or may not, I don't know how old you are.
I understand. I know that.
So there is a long history. I don't know if you know. You see how I am speaking? I don't know who you are. I don't know how old you are. Therefore, I wouldn't know how much you know. That's what a person who is not brainwashed would say. Someone who is brainwashed would say, you need to be more informed without knowing what I know or what I don't know. Please don't do that. I don't know what you know. I know what I know, and I know that I know enough to say what I'm saying. I never speak say things about which I don't have information. So I'd like to leave it at that, Chota. Please stay on. You are my friend. Please stay on.
Sure.
I'd like to see if Mohammed is verified. Is Mohammed verified, Joe? If Mohammed, let's get him on stage. Joe, let's get Mohammed on stage. Just Chota, please be my guest and stay in the backstage, please.
Surely, Arul. Yeah.
Hello, Mohammed. Please unmute yourself and speak. Oh, Mohammed is gone. Mohammed Munir is gone. Mohammed Munir is a satanic, Gnostic, ex-Muslim. And he is an anti-Christian. Hello, Mohammed. Hello, Mohammed. Please unmute yourself and speak.
Hello.
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 Hello?
Can you hear me?
Right now, yeah. How are you doing?
Good.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, lovely. Please briefly introduce yourself.
So, I go by the name Adrian right now since I'm no longer Muslim. I'm currently an Satan.
Mohammed, unfortunately, your audio isn't clear. I don't know if you're muted again. I don't know why you're muted, but your audio isn't clear. Please stay near the microphone and speak.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, please.
So, I'm currently go by the name Adrian, but when I made the email, I was called Muhammad because I was Muslim, but I'm no longer Muslim at the moment.
Sure. So it's when did you leave Islam? Sometime in the recent past, or hello, Muhammad? Can't hear you. When did you leave Islam? Was that sometime in the recent?
It's been about 3 years.
About 3 years. Okay, lovely. Good to hear. That's already and any particular reason you left Islam?
I found it illogical.
You found it what?
Illogical.
Illogical. Okay. Which part did you find illogical?
I found that there were like many fallacies in what they claim and what they actually do.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good start. So to leave Islam, especially if you found some logical fallacies, that's a good start. So congratulations on your journey so far. So now tell me, why do you describe yourself as an anti-Christian?
So after leaving Islam, I studied like a lot of scriptures, like from Christianity, Judaism, and like Hinduism, and I like the scriptures that I was intrigued in were the Gnostic Bibles.
One second, Mohammed. Go ahead. Sorry, my daughter was loud in the background. I couldn't hear you.
I turned to Gnosticism about like last year.
You studied Gnosticism in the last year.
And I became agnostic about like a year ago or so.
Sure, but why are you anti-Christian?
Because I believe that the God of mainstream Christianity, Yahweh, is Satan, as per the Gnostic doctrine.
As per the Gnostic doctrine, but Gnostic doctrine is not the reference point.
Yes.
And so if you go by objective reference points, which are history and perceived morality, why are you anti-Christian?
Because I believe that mainstream Christianity, such as Catholics, Protestants, and Orthodox Christians, have committed heinous acts over the years, and they have strayed from the truth of Jesus Christ.
And so let's not get distracted by what specific bad apples could have done. To evaluate, to come to a judgment of wanting to be anti-Christian, you should be focused on Christ and should essentially see him as an opposition, or see him in opposition to you, or position yourself opposite to him. Is that how you see yourself, and why, if you do?
So my conception of Christ is like very different from yours.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
So I believe in the Valentinian Gnostic doctrine founded by Saint Valentinus in the second century AD, and he teaches that the God of the Old Testament, or particularly Yahweh, is the same as Satan. He's the lesser God, and the true God is above him, and he's unseen. and he's one. So I reject the concept of the Trinity as well, and I see Jesus Christ as an individual who came from the true God to save humans from the cycle of Yahweh.
Um, so, in terms of the Gnostic doctrine that you have in mind, Valentinus, yeah,
Yeah.
Valentinus. Valentinus, why? Do you know where he was born? Do you know his background?
Yes. Yes.
So, what gives you confidence that Valentinus is right?
Because I've studied his works and I find them the most logical above the rest. Also
Sure.
because
Also, because, sorry, go ahead.
because during like roughly early Christianity for the first 2 centuries, for almost a very long period of time, Gnosticism was mainstream and considered like true Christianity, and later different divisions strayed from Gnosticism.
So, sure. So, I'm hearing claims right now, Muhammad. Now, I'd like for you to go to evidence.
Uh-huh.
Evidence is the reference point for any sensible human being.
Mm-hmm.
No sensible human being should begin his worldview with the belief statements, with a set of
Uh-huh.
belief statements. If you begin with a set of belief statements, then any particular belief system of belief would be true because that's the belief statements you're beginning with, which we can't do clearly because that's ridiculous. We need to go with evidence
Uh-huh.
that can be demonstrated to be objective, well tested, and reliable. And so now go back to that. Why why do you consider Yahweh to be the Satan according to evidence?
So what form of evidence would you like historical evidence or empirical evidence or more of logical evidence?
Well, there's no such thing called logical evidence. That's
There is logical evidence because
please
obviously
please
I
listen.
would give you.
Please listen. Please listen.
Mhm.
When I speak, please listen. When you speak, I listen. I don't know how much you know about the term logic. Logic, goes another term you can use is to reason.
Mhm.
Is essentially a methodology that you apply on evidence.
Mhm.
Logic in itself is a framework.
Mhm.
It's not evidence, it's a framework.
Uh-huh.
You apply on top of evidence. And
Mhm.
therefore,
No, so
evidence.
so there would be a lot of pieces of evidence which would mean nothing without a logical framework because they both go hand in hand. So they're like one of the
Absolutely,
same
but
thing.
no, please look. I'm a logician. I'm a computer science engineer. I believe in logic.
Yes.
I believe in,
Yes.
and so
Yes.
please don't bark up the wrong tree. My point is begin with the evidence. Is my point.
Mhm.
You can begin with the evidence, apply logic on top, and arrive at some conclusion. So please begin with the evidence and tell me why you have arrived at the conclusion that Yahweh is Satan.
Mhm. So, what form of evidence would you like?
I can't hear you now, Mohammed.
Hello.
Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah, please. Yeah, now you're
So,
back. Please.
yes, I'm asking you what form of evidence would you prefer?
Anything to get started. Anything that you have, please.
So, would you like me to explain to you like the evidence that I have and then what I think of it, not least to Yahweh being Satan?
Please begin somewhere. Begin.
All
You
right.
you seem to have been convinced, and so I'm
Uh-huh.
assuming you have some evidence. Whatever
Yes. Yes.
evidence you have, please start there.
So,
Please.
Saint Valentinus, who is the founder of Gnosticism, teaches that Yahweh was ignorant of his creation and perhaps even more than that, arrogant of the true God. And he bases this off the Old Testament and multiple things said in it. For instance, Yahweh, the God of the Israelites and the God of the Old Testament, claims in Genesis 6:6 that the Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth and his heart was deeply troubled. And more examples would be even in Genesis 1:31, he says God saw all that he had made and it was very good, which is like generally superficially positive, but the later emergence of suffering and death in Genesis 3-4 shows that the world is imperfect. So what Yahweh was understanding from his creation could only be false, as he claims that all that he had made was good, whilst at the same time he regrets that he made human beings. And he says that his heart was deeply troubled, which doesn't make sense for an entity that is the equivalent of God, or at least the true God, which is why in mainstream Gnosticism is either seen as the equivalent of like Satan in mainstream Christianity, or he's seen as a lesser entity who has made the physical world, but the true
Muhammad,
God is above the physical creation.
Muhammad, ignore. I'm not asking you to comment on Gnosticism. We'll get to that later because I don't know if you know the history behind Gnosticism. We'll get to that later. No, but you have made a good start. So let's just dwell on that. Normally
All right.
we normally spend about 15 minutes on a topic, and I'd like for us to do that right now on this. So let's just stick to one very well-defined point that you've made. Essentially, your claim is Yahweh is Satan. Is your claim?
Yes,
Uh,
or another word that you use more than like commonly than Satan would be the demiurge, which refers to your lesser being than the true God. Like,
ignore, yeah, demiurge, ignore. This is simple. Yahweh is Satan. Is your claim?
well,
Um,
we don't use the terminology of Satan, but we use demiurge more, which is the equivalent of Satan. You could say that.
yeah. So let's keep things simple.
Yeah.
Essentially, not the creator, but some sort of a troublemaker. So
Yes, precisely.
yeah. So, and I asked for evidence, and you gave couple of
Verses from the
points.
Old Testament.
Yeah, a couple of points. And your point is what is found in Genesis 6:6, Genesis 1:31 are not consistent with what you would find with
The true
God.
God. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's try and explore that.
Mm-hmm.
So let's be focused only on that point, and let's try and explore if what you've said stands up to scrutiny.
Mm-hmm.
And so, just to make sure I'm on the same page with you, your concern so far is that these two suggest that God regrets,
Yes.
and that is not becoming of God.
Yes. Exactly.
That's the crux of your argument.
Yep.
And so we can just remain focused on that.
Yes.
You need to now demonstrate why can't God regret?
All right. So, a being who holds the attributes of omnipotency and omnisciency, and he is all wise. He's basically saying that he's the greatest being. Obviously, he has created everything in sight. Therefore, he should not feel things which human feels, which limit human, because humans are extremely limited. They feel anger, sorrow, and regret. For this entity who considers himself the only God to say that he regretted and his heart was deeply troubled shows that he possibly couldn't have been God, because for a being whose heart is troubled, that being can't be the true creator of everything.
So right now, the additional detail you've given is that regret means limiting.
Yeah, of course.
I don't see that necessarily true.
Because God is omniscient, meaning everything he does, he knows what will be the outcome of everything he does, and he's all knowing in everything he has done and he will do. So for him to do something and then later regret it shows that he has a limit to his omniscience and he has a limit to his omnipotency.
This is utter junk. I can demonstrate if you like.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I am a father. I have 2 children right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I know that with my 2 children, not every time that they will take right choices. For example, I know it already. Not every time they make right choices. Does that mean when they make some wrong choice, which hurts them, that I won't have feelings just because I knew that was a possibility? What you're saying?
So let me just explain to you why what you've said.
No. Stay focused on the example I brought in.
Yeah.
Please.
So
I've given a
what
precise example. I'd like for you to focus on this.
Yeah, I have
in my
listened to you.
example, I know my children may make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean if and when
Mm-hmm.
they make mistakes,
Mm-hmm.
I can't be troubled? Or,
So yeah, may I speak?
is
May
that
I
what
speak?
you're saying?
Yeah. So may I speak now, please?
Sorry, please don't do the moment. When you when I allow you to speak, I allow you to
Mhm.
speak. So please
Yeah.
don't gaslight by saying may I speak.
Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can. Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I'm listening.
really, when I made my case, I let you speak. So
Yeah.
which is the case right now? Please speak.
Yes.
So tell me.
So the example you've given is a fallacy when it is compared to the true God. You've given example of you knowing that your children will make mistakes and you already know that and you will find regret in it. But that's a very different example from what Yahweh, a omniscient and an omnipotent being, said in this verse. He says, the Lord regretted that he had made human beings on the earth and his heart was deeply troubled. So this would be like you deciding to have children at the moment, and previously you thinking that you having children is a very good decision, and that later after you have children, you start thinking that your decision you made was completely wrong and you shouldn't have done it. This is the exact same thing that's happening with Yahweh, because for him
Mohammed,
to say,
this is just empty waffling. I
Mhm,
have narrowed down. If you care about logic, I have
mhm,
narrowed down. So far, we have agreed. We have come a long way. We agreed on the crux of the primary argument you made,
mhm,
and now we are trying to narrow down. And level one was, you said regret means limit, and then
mhm,
level two is that you said omniscience means he knows, yet he regretted.
mhm.
And when I asked you how does that mean limit,
Oh,
you said,
so right, let me
no,
just
what? So when you know, you can't regret,
mhm.
is what you said. My point is that is clearly demonstrably not the case, because people can regret even
How
about
can
things that they
exactly so
don't know.
you as a human being demonstrating something that God would feel immediately
Forget about
limits
you.
him?
Forget about who. This
Mm-hmm.
is the logical inference I've drawn here
Mm-hmm.
applies independent on whom it is applied.
So no, that
And
would be
so the
very different.
logical inference is very simply, regardless of who we are talking about, if
Mm-hmm.
an entity has knowledge, he can
Mm-hmm.
still regret.
Mm-hmm. But the knowledge of God is infinite. It is eternal along with him.
Irrelevant whether it is in. My point is about a particular area. Someone has a
Mm-hmm.
knowledge. If he regret? And my suggestion to you is, if anyone told you, well, just because he knows he can't regret, that fellow doesn't know basics of knowledge, logic. And I'm going to comment to you, people can regret even about things that they have known as a possibility. They can regret.
All right, let,
It's
let
very
me just explain to
there,
you what.
there's no, let me just, this is a simple point I'm making.
Mm-hmm.
And to understand the simple point, you just
Mm-hmm.
need to look at the last couple of statements I made.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you know me, Mohammed. I don't allow for much waffling up. Very simply, the conclusion must be clear and it is in front of your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Just because someone knew something as a possibility,
Mm-hmm.
it does not mean he can't
Mm-hmm.
regret.
So
Simple.
let me explain. Now let me just speak what I'm talking about. So you are giving examples of something a limited being would feel or do. Yahweh, he says in the Old Testament very clearly, he gives life and he takes life. So when in Genesis 1:31, he says, God saw all that he had made and it was very good. So what he's saying there is he saw everything he made, including humans, including earth, including the stars, and he thought it was very good. This is a being who supposedly has omniscience and knows everything. And at this moment, he's thinking it's very good. everything's very good. He saw all that he made and it was very good. But then in Genesis 6:6, he says that he regretted that he had made human beings. It's not that it's not that he thought that human beings would do something wrong and then he regretted that they're doing it. He's saying that he regretted the very action of making human beings on earth. And because of that, his heart was deeply troubled. So you see the difference. There's a very big difference between what you're saying and I'm saying. A
There is
being,
no difference apart from your waffling. There is no difference whatsoever.
you're
If
not, you're,
someone has, excuse me, my dear friend, the differences you're pointing out will apply to the example that I've shown here also.
Mhm.
When my children make mistakes, if they
Mhm.
make mistakes, I may be troubled enough to think, why did I ever have children?
Mhm.
Even though I was happy to have the children with the knowledge that they could make mistakes. The same would apply here. I don't know.
So this is limitation. This is
Okay,
limitation.
And so your point is you were trying to point out the two differences. One is that he commented not about their actions but about the very fact of the very creation. I'm saying that would apply even in the example I've given. And the other point that you're trying to highlight to suggest that these are different is by saying that one is God, is omniscient, and the other is a mere mortal human being like me who is not omniscient. Irrelevant. The point is, could you regret about something you know? Omniscience is nothing but knowing many more things. What does he
Mhm.
know? I will debate. I can debate that later. But the underlying theme is
So
that something. No, don't do so.
mhm.
Please don't do so. Focus
You're
on the
knowing.
question.
You're
Focus on
knowing in
focus on the question first, and then do so. I haven't asked the question yet.
yes.
You're trying to highlight two distinctions. I'm commenting to you. Both of these distinctions are irrelevant. My point simply would be someone who has known that something could go wrong, when
Mhm.
it does go wrong, could still regret that he made some choices that eventually led to where things are currently. This is pretty
All right.
obvious.
So
I know
let me
there's
ask
no.
you: if
I
you knew about something that you were going to do and you knew that you would do it and you were absolutely certain that you would do it and you were certain in great detail and then you do it knowing that you were going to do it and you still feel regret is extremely stupid because you knew you were going to do it.
my dear friend Mohammed, how old are you?
15.
Okay, so maybe you're too young to know what stupidity and what feelings are. You are 15
Mm-hmm.
right now. I can tell you something very, very.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a girlfriend?
And now,
In the future, would you like to have a girlfriend?
probably no.
In the future, would you like to get married?
No, not really.
Not really. But there are other people who would like to get married. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some of your friends might like to get married in the future. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's guaranteed. I'll tell you, it's very guaranteed that when you get married, there will be heartbreaks here and there.
Mm-hmm.
It's guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
Heartbreaks, severe heartbreaks could even happen.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying, despite knowing that, anyone who gets married is stupid? Is that what you're saying?
But listen, let me
No,
just
don't.
yeah.
There is nothing to listen here.
There is. So
No,
if
there
you
isn't. My dear
let me
Mohammed,
just talk with the
no,
example.
please,
Let me just
please
talk
stay
with
focused. No,
let
please
me
stay
just
focused.
talk with the
No,
example
but no,
that
please
you
stay
have
focused.
given me, right? That you have given me. So you
But stay focused right now.
yeah.
Are
So
you
you just said
saying people who get married are stupid? Is that what you're saying?
no. So what
Yeah,
I've
clear enough. But do you know, most if not all who get married know that in marriage there would be heartbreaks?
they would have an idea based on what they've seen that this could happen, but to know precisely how and when it would happen, and it would happen in this way. Then, if they still get married, they're stupid. Let me just give you example of what I'm talking about. There's a person.
Don't give me an example, my dear friend. Do you
Mm-hmm.
know how God's omniscience works?
Mm-hmm.
This is a question. I'm not telling a
Yeah.
story.
So
Know how God's
he's a
omniscience works.
being. He's a being who already predates everything that's gonna happen. And he knows everything that's gonna happen without
That's not
any.
out of the Bible. My
That
dear
is
friend.
true.
Do you
That
know,
is true omniscience.
do you know how Yahweh's omniscience works?
I don't believe he's omniscient. You believe he's
I'm
omniscient.
not asking now, you're waffling on. Do you know how Yahweh's omniscience works?
Yes.
You know. Okay, please go ahead. Explain. How does God Yahweh's omniscience works?
He is all knowing of everything that's gonna happen and has happened.
Muhammad, how does it work? I'm not asking you to define it. Explain the nitty gritty of how it works, please.
So how his like omniscience like works physically or
Well, so far, where we have gotten to is you suggesting someone knowing something in theory but not in practice, is where we have gotten to.
so
Uh,
I understand what I now understand the question. I understand.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't understand the question, I'm clarifying. Don't do so in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
Meantime, there's nothing to solve there. You need to listen, and
So is
we
just
need.
the conjective that makes two sentences join though. So
But don't try to join any sentence when you're waiting for the other person to finish.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I mean.
Yes. So the question you've asked me, how does
I
God's
know you said
omniscience
you
work?
didn't know the question.
So in mainstream Christianity, you would believe that Yahweh knows the past and the future completely. Like God is aware of history and events that have already happened and will happen. So this is proven in Psalms 139 from verse 1 to 4, where he says, "Oh Lord,
In
where a person." Mhm.
Psalms, you mean? In Psalms 139, where does it
Psalms,
say
yes. He says, "O Lord, you
Psalms?
have searched me and known me before a word is on my tongue. You know it
Yeah,
completely." This is Yahweh's omniscience.
let's go through that.
hmm
Yeah, so Psalm 139. Yeah,
Verse 1
yeah. Please read.
to,
Please tell
yeah.
me what.
O
Yeah.
Lord, O Lord, you have searched me and known me before a word is on my tongue. You know it completely.
Where is the word on the tongue is verse 4? Yeah,
hmm
yeah. So now clarify. So what have you understood of God's omniscience from there?
So he knows the any event that's gonna happen or any decision that a person is gonna make or a word he's gonna say, for instance, before it occurs.
Yeah, but how much before?
As in time,
Yeah.
just before it happens, I would suppose, because Harry says before a word is
So,
on my tongue.
before the tongue speaks,
He already knows it.
yeah. So before the tongue speaks,
hmm
is the idea somewhere in the person?
Um, yes, he's about to
Yeah.
say it.
Where
So
is it?
his brain has already decided that
Yeah,
he's gonna say
think
it.
it's already become reality in some part of his being.
hmm
Where, tell me, when exactly is God saying He knows it?
When it's already become a thought,
When it's what?
when it's already come into existence, as if he's already
Yes.
decided that he's about to say it.
Yeah. That's all. That's all he's saying. He's not saying I'm predicting at the point of creation. No, he's not saying that.
So you're
So where
saying
did he?
that Yahweh cannot do that?
It's not a matter of cannot. This is you said you studied logic, you studied
hmm
philosophy.
hmm
The question, can God create a stone that he can't lift, is an absurdity.
hmm
It's not that he can't do, it's just that that stone doesn't exist. There is no such stone.
That's very different from what I'm saying.
And this,
Let's say
no,
10
please,
years.
please.
Let's say there's a gap of
No, please,
a decade. There's mhm,
please listen. Please listen.
mhm,
Yeah, I'd like to comment to you. Your idea of omniscience is not the biblical view.
mhm,
If you, I'm not asking what Christians say all over the place. I'm saying, what does the Bible reveal?
mhm,
I would suggest to you, you would struggle defending your idea of God's omniscience based on what is revealed in the Bible. Having said that, Muhammad, you still haven't, you know, where does this lead us to the conclusion of you saying Yahweh is Satan?
Right. So so you're not really letting me speak, so I can make my entire argument. Because
I didn't
all
let
right,
you speak.
so let's
Is that what
go
you're
back.
saying? No,
Let's go
wait,
back.
are you saying I didn't let you speak?
Yeah, I've not spoken in detail yet. No.
No, this is where we began.
No. So I've not
No,
gotten
this
the
is where
chance
we
to.
began.
I've
This
not
is where
gotten the
we
chance to discuss your examples.
No, forget about my examples.
Mhm.
Right at the start, I asked you for evidence for Yahweh being Satan. And you
Mhm.
said Genesis 6, he regrets, and therefore that was the case you presented.
Mhm.
All that has happened since then is that you are struggling to even explain your current case of whether regret means not omniscient
So
and whether an
regret.
omniscient being can regret or not. That's all you've gotten to. How does it mean he's Satan?
All right. So in the start, I said that we don't use the word Satan to describe. We use the word demiurge. But
The rough equivalent, the rough, rough was, demiurge or whatever, the rough equivalent.
yeah,
How did
you
you?
could, but they are slightly different. The demiurge just means a lesser creator, not God, or an ignorant creator. But he becomes the equivalent of Satan in your mainstream belief.
My dear Muhammad,
Mhm.
this is unbelievable. Do you realize you haven't presented any case? I don't know how you ended up in Satanism, Gnosticism. I don't know. To me, it simply appears to be where you left Islam and fell into another trap, perhaps because you have friends who follow this ideology. I don't see you provide any solid reason. I mean, if I suddenly come to you and say, look, I think this fellow is a thief,
Mhm.
and Satan, which is the worst form of a thief, the worst form of an evil person, and asking for an evidence, because he regretted. If this is the evidence you give for Satan or anything that is remotely Satan,
Mhm.
this is ridiculous.
So now, all right. So I will obviously make. This was just the start of my argument as to why he's the equivalent of the demiurge.
I'll give you one more round. 1 minute.
Mhm.
We've run out of time already. I think 15, I don't know how, 10 minutes ago. So I'll ask you once more. What's your best evidence for Yahweh being Satan? Or
He's
the demiurge?
ignorant. He's ignorant of his creation and what he does, which makes him the demiurge. And he's not
Do you know the
Satan as
word
in
ignorant?
the demiurge is not equal to the idea of an angel who rebelled or anything like that. He's equal
Forget
to a
about that.
lesser
No
being.
one is saying that. We have clarified that. Don't get into,
A lesser being. So a lesser
don't
being.
bark up the wrong tree. I couldn't care less about, these distinctions. I am surprised that you have identified Yahweh to be anything other than Yahweh,
Mm-hmm.
which is God, the Creator.
All
I
right.
am
So
surprised,
all
and
right.
that
All
is
right.
where.
So let's talk about what you're saying. So you give me an example, which you talked about. For example, a person getting married, and when he gets married, if the marriage later goes on to have difficulties and there's problems in that marriage where he becomes stupid, there's a very, very big difference between a human doing that and a being who's completely
My
omniscient
dear
doing
friend,
that.
my dear
Let me
friend,
let me let me give you the
no, no,
difference.
don't. You're wasting time. You're repeating stuff.
No,
I'm going to.
I'm not repeating. I'm not even
No.
gotten the
Please
chance to
listen.
say it.
Please listen. I haven't got time. Please listen.
Mm-hmm.
What is your best evidence that Yahweh is demiurge? What's your best evidence?
He's ignorant. He's ignorant of what he does and his own creation.
Sure. So Yahweh
Is
is
ignorant.
ignorant.
Yes.
Is ignorant is your claim.
Mm-hmm.
This is your best evidence.
Yes.
So anyone who is ignorant, I'm assuming you mean anyone who is ignorant is demiurge. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
now demonstrate how Yahweh is ignorant.
All right. So first of all, the verses I've already given you. Let me just give you the exact meaning of what I'm trying to tell you from this verses because I've not gotten a chance to say that at all. So obviously you were saying that regret is not a form of stupidity and it's not a form of ignorance. But I can, on one hand, you've given an example of a person who gets married and later on in that marriage he has difficulties with the
No, we
marriage.
are starting fresh. Please make
No,
your
yeah.
top level. No.
So,
Please make a top level point first.
so, but
Why
here
are
the
ignorance?
difference is that if a person
No,
was to
no,
know,
but say, my dear friend, please. Are
Mhm.
you saying to regret is to be ignorant? Is that what you're saying?
No, let me speak, right? Let me
Make
speak.
the top level case first.
Yeah,
What
let
is
me
your top level?
just give me about 3 minutes to make my point, and then you can just explain. Go on
No,
and
I'll
talk
give you
about. All
three
right,
minutes, and
all
we'll
right,
wrap soon after that. Yeah, go ahead.
all right. So I would like to talk about one of the previous examples you gave in detail because I found that was interesting, and I would like to talk about that, particularly the example of marriage that you gave. So on one hand, if a person was to get married, knowing that there's a possibility, there's a chance that something might go wrong, and thereby he gets married, and something goes wrong in his marriage, and he regrets ever getting married, possibly. But before the marriage, he didn't know exactly what would happen. Now, on the other hand, if you have a person who knows how he will get married, what will happen in every single day of the marriage, how it will go wrong, what will cause it to go wrong, so on and so on. He knows everything that's going to happen in the span of the marriage before he even gets married at all. And then he still gets married, still goes through all the troubles of the marriage, even though he knew everything that would occur in the marriage every single day of the marriage before he ever got married. Then that person is showing ignorance or stupidity. But now you obviously believe that Yahweh has this form of omniscience. But this can be shown to be clearly false because, as I've said, in Genesis 1:31, Yahweh, he saw all that he had made. This includes all of his creation. And he, at the moment, this is a being who knows what's going to happen in the future, and he knows what the past is. He knows everything. This isn't a person who's using his reason based on possibility. This isn't about, okay, this can happen. My children might do this, or in my marriage, this might happen. No. He knows absolutely it is going to happen. This will happen or this won't happen. It's not a matter of, yeah, there's a chance this will happen based on what I've seen. No. He knows absolutely everything. Because of this, when he says, Yahweh saw all that he had made, and it was very good. And then in Genesis 6:6, it goes on to say that he regretted that he had made human beings on the earth. Do you see the problem here? This is a being who is absolutely omniscient. He's not using any form of possibilities here. It's not about maybe it will go wrong. He knows this will happen in the exact way that it will happen. And he goes from saying it's very good to saying he regrets that he made human beings on the earth at all. And he also adds to that, and his heart was deeply troubled. This is a form of extreme limitation on God. Because on one hand, you're saying he's absolutely omniscient, completely different from the example you're giving. And on the other hand, he goes from a state of thinking his creation is very good to thinking, regretting, even having made humans. So in Genesis 1:31, when he said that he saw all that he had made and he was very good, in this moment when he said that, he already knew what was going to happen later on. So he must have already also known that he was going to go on to be distressed. He was going to go on to regret this. So there would be no reason for him to do this when he already knows that he's going to regret doing this. So that is the basis, the start of my argument. This shows ignorance in what he does. He can't be omniscient, as you claim he is, but this shows that he's limited in what he does. He does not know what's going to happen in the future. And
Mohammed,
mhm.
I've heard you clearly. Oh, what is the and part? If you need to add any
So
minor
now,
detail.
obviously, this said, this is a ignorant entity who is ignorant of his creation and what he does and what's going to happen in the past, and he regrets things he does. Now, like a further claim, I, as agnostic, believe that
No,
the
no, but this is fine. Further claim
yeah
we'll
yeah
get to later.
yeah.
But
Just may I mention one more verse?
no, this is enough.
All
This is
right.
already too much detail,
Mm-hmm.
too much of the disagreement already.
Mm-hmm.
So I have two statements here in front of you. So
Mm-hmm.
ultimately, you're trying to demonstrate that Yahweh is ignorant,
Mm-hmm.
and the way you're demonstrating is by saying either A or B. I don't know which one you. Could you please choose what represents your view more accurately?
B, I would say.
B, not A. Yeah.
No.
So A is not your view. Okay, so B is your view. So Muhammad Muni's view, yeah.
Mhm.
Muhammad Muni, Muhammad Muni's view is B. Okay,
Mhm.
fine. Now I'll ask you. I mean, ignorant and stupid are very very different things. Which one did you want?
Ignorant will define it in much more
Uh,
better detail.
uh, so could I remove? I mean, it's
Yeah,
not a
yeah,
matter of
you can remove stupid.
whether ignorant would define it or not. Ignorant and stupid are very different
Yeah,
things.
you can remove stupid.
Yeah, I can remove stupid. Okay, fine. So I'll remove stupid. So maybe I'll do that. So just so you know, I'm not saying you are disingenuous, but I just wanted to make sure that we are on the same page. So you decided B, and then we are refining. Yeah,
Yep.
refinement. We are essentially saying remove stupid. Okay. So now this is your ultimate case.
Mm.
Now,
Just 1 minute, please. I'll be right back.
sure.
Just
Okay,
a second. Just a second. Just a second.
no problem. We're waiting for Mohammed to come back. We'll soon after that.
Yeah, I'm back.
Sure. So if someone knows every possibility and the exact detail in the exact
Mhm.
possibility that is going to happen in the future,
Mm-hmm.
yet chooses to do it, then he is ignorant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, two problems. Two problems. First, two problems. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I I would first of all I would um, I would say if someone knows the actual possibility that is going to happen,
Mm-hmm.
yet does it.
Mm-hmm.
Someone okay, if someone knows the actual possibility and he knows it's painful, yet does it, he still isn't ignorant. That's problem number one. That's not logic. If someone knows the actual possibility of something and he knows it's painful,
Mm-hmm.
yet chooses to do it. Uh, but yeah, okay. So maybe I should actually let's take one step back. But your point is also including the idea of regret, yeah,
Yeah.
and yet chooses to do it, but regrets it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
let's make sure. So that's fine. Let's of course I should have done this even with A and B. Now let's so tell me, where do you get the idea that Yahweh knows every detail of the future?
From the Bible.
Yeah. Why do you think Yahweh knows every detail of the future?
Let me just pull up
Or
a
rather,
verse.
why do you think omniscience includes
Mm-hmm.
knowing every detail of the future? To me, both of the same question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, please. Why?
So would you like me to give you like verses?
Yeah.
All right. So I would say probably one of the biggest examples is Isaiah 46:9 to 10.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
So he says, I remember the former things, those of long ago. I am God. There is no other. I am God, and there is none like me. I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times. Like, let me just repeat this. I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times, what is still to come. I say, my purpose will stand, and I will do all that I please. This this is pretty much my point. He's claiming omniscience there, and that he knows everything in the future and the past. And he adds to it saying, I will do all thy peace.
Where does it use the word everything?
I make known the end from the beginning, from
Yeah,
ancient
end is
times.
a particular point.
Hmm.
Where do you see everything?
And from the beginning is
Yeah,
everything.
end is a particular point. Where do
Mhm.
you get the idea of everything?
Right, again, he says, I make known from the beginning to the end.
Okay, listen to me carefully. Declaring, there is no through here. There is declaring the end from the beginning. The
Mhm.
beginning is a particular point. From the beginning, he is saying he can declare the end.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you get the idea of everything?
Is the beginning and the end not everything?
Is the beginning and the end everything?
Yeah,
Are you
because
kidding me? Okay, I'll give you a simple example. Okay, so I mean, I have a number range here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. In this number range, what is the beginning?
1,
What is the end?
10.
Is the beginning and the end combined together? Sorry, not to 10. Is the beginning and end combined together everything in the number range?
So you're forgetting the word from the. I make known the end from the beginning. So he knows it all from
Okay,
1
okay.
to 10.
Okay, whoa. But let's finish this first, and then let's go to the from. So from the beginning, we will get to that. We will get. So you have an argument based on the from. We'll get to that. But do you understand? Just because there is beginning, the beginning and the end combined together is not everything. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go here again. Declaring. What is he declaring?
That he knows the beginning and the end. From the beginning and
Excuse
the
me,
end, he
sir.
knows
Read this carefully. What is he declaring?
his omniscience is what he's declaring.
Okay. Do you have an English? Do you have difficulty reading a statement? Please read the statement.
Oh, so he's declaring that he's God.
Can you read the statement?
The entire verse.
You haven't started. Don't focus on the entirety. Start. Can you please read the verse?
All right. I remember the former things, those of long ago. I am God, and there is no other. I am God, and there is none like me. I make known the end from the beginning, from ancient times, what is still to come.
So let's read. What is he declaring?
That he is God.
Hey, what is wrong with you? Can you read what is in front of you? What is he declaring in the statement?
That he's God.
Mr. Gnostic, show
Mm-hmm.
some gnosis.
Mm-hmm. He
Without,
repeats the statement twice. I am God, and there is no other. I am
I'm not
God.
asking you what implication you've come up with in your mind. I'm asking you to tell me what the statement says as to what he is declaring.
In the start he declares that he's God, and he knows everything from the
You're
beginning.
rambling. You're rambling. You're rambling.
That's what the
This is a simple English statement. Tell me what is the verse saying as to what Yahweh is declaring.
he's declaring his godhood.
Okay. You are a very insincere person. For a 14-year-old, this is not a good show. At 14 years of age, if this is where you've been led to, I take back my previous congratulations for leaving Islam, because you clearly are just in another brainwashing framework. I can read for you and I'll explain. Declaring the end from the beginning. Declaring the end. What is he declaring? He's declaring the end.
Mm-hmm.
He's declaring the end.
He
From
doesn't
where?
use the word declare. He says,
I
I
haven't
make
finished.
known.
I haven't finished. Excuse me, sir. I haven't finished. When I asked you, you were rambling on. Instead of focusing on the detail given here, which was your proof text, you went somewhere else. Now I am trying to help you. Please listen. It says, he declares the end. That's what he's declaring.
Mm-hmm.
From what point is he declaring? He is declaring
From
the
the beginning.
end. Yes. So that's like saying, look, I will tell you how it is going to finish when it has just started. That's what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's not saying I'll give you the full story. He's only saying
Mhm.
I'll declare how it is going to finish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How he is going to finish is
Mhm.
number 10. They start talking about the end. From where? At the point of the beginning. So standing at 1, he is saying, I'll declare to you 10. So
Mm-hmm.
he is at 1. So he knows 1 already. He is declaring 10. 10 is the end. He is not saying, I'll declare every little detail in the in between also. He is not saying
Mm-hmm.
that. You are assuming
So
that, not saying that. Is this clear to you?
it says, I make known the end from the beginning.
No, no, whoa. We went through this. Just because you read a from, it doesn't change anything, my dear friend. Declaring the end from the beginning. He's not saying I can declare beginning from the beginning right to the end, everything. That's not what he's saying. He's
Mm-hmm.
not giving a time range here and saying I'm talking about everything. He's saying I'm declaring the end from the beginning. This is clear? Declaring
Mm-hmm.
the end from the beginning. If I
Mm-hmm.
declare the end from the beginning, I'm merely saying I'm declaring the end
Mm-hmm.
from the beginning. That's all he's saying. He's not saying I'm declaring everything in between. It's simple, my dear friend Mohammed. Just sit on
Mm-hmm.
top of this. Sit on top of this. Instead of God of the Bible's omniscience is not in the way you think it is. There is such a thing called free choice. God of the Bible is not a deterministic God. He isn't. In the Bible, free choice is a genuine thing. God knows possibilities and even has probabilities associated with possibilities. Your case to suggest God of the Bible is ignorant is born out of a reading of some simple text where when you're pushed to give me some simple explanation for what you've read, you had to waffle on, ignore, and go somewhere else. Not a good show. And based on this, you've decided God to be some sort of a demiurge. Not a good idea. Muhammad, you have left. Muhammad has left. Right. Apologies, because he's a young man, I wanted to spend the time. Dear friends, of course, the topic at hand for tonight is whether Islam ruins families or not. Now, Islam ruins families. Islam also leads people to have brain damage. And the brain damage pursues human beings even after they have left Islam, is the sad reality. Young man, he has run away from the snake and fallen into the pit. I'm waiting for some Muslims to come on stage and deal with the challenge that I had earlier presented. How does Islam build a family? If you think Islam builds a family, my suggestion is that Islam ruins families. And Mr. Mohammed Suhail Ahmed, you are most welcome to join the stream to engage in a conversation. I'm glad that at some stage in the past, when I did run into you, I think in a live stream, you did exchange some pleasantries. So I'm assuming you are perhaps a friendly man. So I'd really like to invite you to come on stage and explain how how Islam does not ruin families. If you're a Muslim, that's the challenge at hand. Let me, while I wait for a Muslim to join, let me, Chota Tesla, thank you very much for waiting that long.
It's almost an hour.
I'm really, really sorry. So, Mr. Off the Grid Newsnet, who's a Muslim who agreed that you hate me last week, you're most welcome to join the stream also. We'll get you on stage soon, especially if you're able to engage on the topic. Please, Chota, I'm really sorry about the long wait. Essentially because the focus is on Islam. So please, maybe 1 minute. Please let me know what your thoughts are, and then we'll.
Surely, Arul. Sure.
Yeah.
The thing is, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The thing is like this: Islam ruins families. It's not ruining family. It's ruining the humanity altogether. My point is that, see, we are fighting it from a very long time in our country, and we have seen a lot of people, uh, getting sacrificed because of this. And my point is this, that when it comes, you were saying that ultimately, we as a Christian, you have to answer it logically with the the thesis that you have. And my point is this, that ultimately when the sword comes to your neck, you cannot fight it with words. You can never fight it with words. Ultimately you will have to pick up the arms, because someone is on the earth, is behind your, uh, it's their it's their goal that they have to remove everybody from the earth, and they will prevail. No one else will prevail. So that's what their message is. And my understanding is that we have to, come to a common ground. uh, we have seen it in our country for a very long time, and we have, recently started fighting it with all our force. And ultimately, I believe if people will become weak, and they do not fight it in the right way, with the same kind of aggression that comes from Islam, they will perish. That's my concern is. And definitely I understand your point that you come from a background, you have your own understanding, I have my own understanding, and these kind of things might clash, with ideas. But I will not put a sword on your neck, you will not put a sword on my neck, right? So yeah, yeah, go on if you want to say something. Yeah.
I mean, unfortunately, RSS, BHP, and so on, all the Sangh Parivar, the Karaseva members who are involved in Karaseva have put sword on the neck of people, Christians, metaphorically speaking. There are Christians who have been killed by RSS and Sangh Parivar, and I believe that is because they have just learned methodology without having a principled approach to challenges. And that you won't put a sword on my neck. I am going by our interactions. I relatively trust you on that. I'm not suggesting most Indians won't. Most Indians won't. But
Yes.
there are some crazy elements, and Christians are Christians are being persecuted also at the hands of who show up as Hindus. And you'd see actually some of the comments even in our live chat. If you look for rice bag, that sort of stuff, you'll find them here also. I find that entire approach primitive, backward, and not much better uh, than um, than the Muslims. They have an organized theology to attack me, and here there is an organized methodology, even if not theology, to actually physically viciously attack. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand. And I think still, again, I would say that no human being can understand the whole thing that's going on from last, thousands of years. It's not, we are not capable of holding such kind of information. And the kind of thing that you have said about RSS and all, I even used to believe that, in my early stages of life. But when I studied about it, I came to know it's a nationalist group, RSS, and I don't condone everything what they say, but they have not done anything like that. They have killed people or anything like that. They are
No way.
mostly.
Wow, 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 wow. I'll give a simple example. This is an Australian Christian missionary, Graham Staines,
Hmm.
in Odisha. In Odisha,
Okay.
Graham Staines, an Australian man who was resident in Orissa um, many years ago. I can't remember the exact. I can find the timeline very quickly for you if you like. Him and his children, a few of his children. I think he had 4 or 5 kids. Apart from one and the wife, the him and his kids, maybe 2 or 3, were burnt while they were asleep in their
Hmm.
vehicle by at the hands of, from what I remember, BHP, which is a close associate of RSS.
Hmm.
That's just one example. There are multiple examples I could give of the illiterate, backward, primitive approach. I don't see Hindu nationalism as a legitimate methodology. I don't, because India isn't Hindu. That is understood. That needs to be understood. India, at its very core, in
Bharat.
history, Bharat is a fake fiction. I mean, Bharat, of course, is today legally valid, but in terms of history, it is an untenable idea. It purely comes from a very narrow set of claims advanced without evidence from a minority group based on Sanskrit literature, which is demonstrably late literature in that entire landmass. Um, so it's a long history, and hopefully, through God's grace, this is where when we begin having our discussions, we'd be able to get to these details. I'm really hoping people like you who are able to hear and then respond would actually find evidence convincing, and that's why I'd really like to get to those evidence at the right point in time. And so please watch this space.
Surely, surely, I will definitely watch this space. And as I would again say that I'm not. I definitely don't have all the information that happened in the past. Uh, you know, and I agree that there are people in our country that can act violently sometimes. I definitely agree to that, and it does not belongs to any specific religion. It belongs to it can happen with anybody here sometimes. Uh, it's uh, it's a more complicated thing. There is more nuances to it when it comes to things like that. And definitely you can understand that if someone, as you said, the example of Orissa, but there are hundreds of example of RSS people being killed in multiple states in India by minority religion people, and I can give you examples of it. But I don't want to go into that, because that will not come into a constructive argument or any kind of discussion between us. I wanted to just let you know, because the topic is Islam. The thing is, ultimately what our ancestor did and how they fought back this evil ideology in our country. This is just the beginning that have happened in recent years, and we will definitely go forward, and we will take back our heritage. That's what I'm seeing. That's all. Yeah.
So, Chota, we'll catch up later. Let's pursue our conversation. We need to discuss what our heritage is and what we need to take back. Because if you insist on taking back something which isn't heritage, that's exactly what Islam did. We can't do that. We need to establish what the heritage is and take back and so on. Let's through God's grace. do that in
Surely,
the
let's do it with discussions. Yeah,
yeah,
surely.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. But lovely to have seen you today. Also, thank you very much for the friendly conversation. God's blessings. Let's follow up later.
Have a great day. Have a great time. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Bye
yeah,
bye. Take care.
yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, bye, 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 bye.
Hello,
Hello, hello, Muslim defender. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I
So
I
you're
didn't I
doing
didn't
all right. So that's not good news for me. Yeah.
I didn't watch your whole live stream. I just came across you, but I wanted to tell you about Jahannam for the non-believers, and I believe that's a good place for the non-Muslims. And when I go to heaven, I would like to see Jahannam. That's what I would ask Allah to show us the torment of the non-believers.
Yeah. No, no. Please don't ramble on. Making a
No.
completely irrelevant.
I'm trying to say it nicely. Like
What I
Muslims, if you're not Muslim, you will go to Jahannam.
yo. Let's think about it. Look, I'm not asking you to recommend some holiday destination for me. Let's focus on the topic at hand, and let's. Do you agree that Islam ruins families?
No, I do not agree.
So tell me, what in Islam, according to the Quran, give you some details, some meat to chew. What in Islam does not ruin family, but rather does the opposite.
In the Quran, the teachings, it says you must respect your parents. You must respect your parents.
So the Quran. So
So
okay,
that it doesn't matter if your parents are non-Muslim or Muslim, they're your parents. They raised you. Even though they're not Muslims, you must treat them with respect. You must.
okay. Anything else?
Family, obviously, family comes close. Your family, then
Sorry, what I
I mean,
saying? You're just
obviously,
saying. No, I think it's
obviously,
not clear. Please make it obvious. So what are you saying? You said you use the word family.
yeah,
What are
family.
you saying?
You shouldn't fight with your family. You shouldn't harm your family. You need
Shouldn't
to.
fight with your family.
You should love them.
Family shouldn't harm your family.
And before all that,
Should
before family or
love
parents,
your family. Yeah, go ahead.
before all that, the first people you should be loving is God, and then your prophets, and then your family.
Okay. So love the Islamic Allah.
Yeah, God, Allah.
Not God. Don't say God. Just say Islamic Allah. Don't don't abuse the word God. Family, and then what?
I mean, obviously, after Allah is the prophets, then family, and then that's the main people that you need to respect.
So prophets, then family. Okay. So, I mean, just to make sure. I mean, I'll give you one more minute to give me some additional details, but just to make sure that you are on the right track. The question, remember, how
Yeah.
does Islam not destroy families, ruin families, but rather builds up families? That's what we're focused on. Not destroy, but build up. You're saying it builds up, it doesn't destroy, and
It doesn't destroy.
it builds
It
up,
doesn't destroy.
and you have begun responding. So take a moment, a brief pause, and then once you begin speaking, take 1 minute and help me understand the best possible case you could give for this.
Okay, I'm gonna try to look for a chapter that would best describe what you put up.
Please,
Um,
please, please. What is happening, Muslim Defender?
I'm just looking for the best chapter to give you.
The best chapter?
Yeah, the best chapter that would describe.
So you have
family.
a few already. You're just trying to work out what the best is.
Yeah, I'm just not. They're all good, but I'm trying to find the best matching one.
I'm a bit surprised. I doubt if you have even one. The best. Okay, try. You're quite comical though.
Okay, I found one.
Yes, you say, no, you have confessed. I have found one. So now is when you found one, and you earlier said you're just trying to work out what the best
Okay,
one is.
I'm gonna pull it up on screen.
Yeah, please.
All right, here it is.
Please.
There it is.
I
got a few one, but I'm just making sure I got the right one up.
Yeah, let's try and see what
I'm gonna zoom in.
nonsense you have today.
It's not zooming in for some reason. Can you see it?
I can see. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So Surah 66:6. All believers, protect yourselves and your families from a fire whose fuel is people and stones, overseen by formidable and severe angels. Whoever disobeys Allah, so whoever disobey, whether Allah orders, always doing it as commanded. So what this chapter is saying is protect your family. So if you love your family, you're gonna preach them the Quran, teach them about Islam, and if they're not Muslim, you're gonna try to protect them by giving them the Quran, saying, please read this, understand Islam. I want to see you in heaven because I don't want to see you in hell because you're my family, and it will sadden me to see you in hell. And you don't want your families to go hell.
Mr. Muslim Defender, for how long have you been a Muslim?
I've been a Muslim all my life.
And how old are you?
Around my 20s.
You are in your 20s, yeah?
Yeah, somewhere around 20 to 30s.
Yeah, so you're in your 20s. So
yes,
for a number of years you've known Islam. Please listen to me carefully. I'm not asking you to give me fancy stories. I want the Quran. I want you to explain what the Quran says. Okay, it's very important. Now you gave me a fancy story of what you'll do to your family and so on. Please don't. Not interested. So here, so your best explanation. So how does Islam build families? So far, I've said it says protect yourselves and your families from a fire. So your case here, argument here is that it says protect your families. Is that your point?
Well, how Islam builds family is by marriage. For example, you marry your wife, who's a Muslim, and you have kids. That's building a family, and you teach them about Islam, and your children grow up to be Muslims, and you teach them about the Quran. Make sure they understand the Quran, the context of everything, and that's how we build a family.
Okay, so
Let me remove this out of the screen.
Yeah, no problem. So, okay, let's look at your case so far. So, that the way you build your family is through marriage.
Yeah.
You have kids. You
I
teach
don't
them
have
Islam.
kids yet. Not yet.
Not you, but Islam teaches people to have families, marriage, to be married, to have kids, and to teach Islam.
Yeah.
And what is your definition of a marriage?
Marriage, it could be in Islam. You could have pre-arranged marriage, like arranged marriage by families, both consent in families and husband and wife consenting. They want to be arranged marriage or love. I mean, it's one of the two.
No, I'm just for clarity for those who are watching. Arranged doesn't mean no love, but
It's
essentially this is
basically
arranged and self arranged, should we say?
it's
Uh,
self-arranged, and then they eventually fall in love.
yeah, yeah. But bear in mind, I'm not asking you for categories. I'm asking you, what is your definition of marriage?
Definition is when you get married.
What is your definition of what getting married is?
Well, getting married is that you're fulfilling your marriage, like getting together and living together and having a family together. That's my
Yeah, but
definition.
what is the definition? Getting married, what does that mean?
Is mean getting married.
What is it in your mind? You said getting married is how Quran helps you respect marriage or build marriage. What is your definition of a marriage?
Well, what it means is entering a legal, recognized, socially sanctioned union between two people. That's what it means.
Okay, lovely. So, union between two people entered into through a socially recognized way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is your definition of a marriage, yeah?
Yeah. Well, the legal term of it and the term
Yeah.
that everyone uses. Yeah.
Sure. So help me understand where you find and what other elements have to be there in marriage. So you enter into a contract, but what are the assumptions involved? Are you supposed to love each other?
I don't know about that, but you do eventually fall in love.
Eventually, maybe in 3 months, even in arranged marriages, you eventually need to fall in love. Yeah, there needs to be love. Yeah, okay, love. There needs to be love. Yeah. What else needs to be there?
Also, there needs to be respect. You gotta make a contract between when you get married. You need to make a contract between the wife and the husband, an agreement.
Yeah, socially entered into union, a contractual union. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it could be money, jewelry.
Say again.
It could be money, jewelry for the wife, or the wife could bring.
Some sort of some miscellaneous details. When you say a contract, what kind of contract do you have in mind? Some lifelong commitment, or
that would be between the two couples that are marrying. So it could be something like.
Yeah, time wise, what timeline do you have in mind for the contract?
Well, for my type of contract, I would want something like, if I own a business, if we divorce, I don't want my business and my things to go to the wife because I built it up, something like that. Contract like that. That's what I would want. And like.
So one second. So your contract is your wife can't take your business, yeah?
Yeah, the one that I created. She can't just take it when she divorces me. But I would give her a certain amount of money. And if we have children,
you give money.
They could take it. My children could take it.
You could give money.
Yeah.
You could give certain amount of money.
And like I could give half my business to my children.
Forget about the children. We'll talk about children later. But okay. So maybe I'll record this here. Half to children later. That's fine. But in terms of wife, she can't take your business. You could give certain amount of money to her. Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that.
That's the contract you have. Time wise, any commitment?
Any commitment?
Time wise. Economics.
I would want
you want to give your wife your business, and you could give certain amount of money. When you want to send her away. Time wise, any particular timeline you have in mind?
Well, I hope the marriage lasts for a long time. A full marriage.
What's a long time?
Like we die at old age, like we're both old and
lifelong.
Live life, lifelong.
Lifelong. Okay, lifelong. is time wise, and so commitment wise, lifelong.
Yeah.
But economics is don't take my stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
I would
time is
say
lifelong.
she takes her stuff, I take my stuff, and if we agreed on, certain amount of money that she could take, then she takes the certain amount of money we agreed on.
So time is lifelong,
Yeah.
and yeah, of course we already mentioned about love, respect, and so on. Nice. So let's start here. I mean, the only controversial part for me is the economics. I'll come to that later.
Yeah.
I'll come at the end. So maybe I'll add the time lifelong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Contract lifelong. Yeah.
Yeah, lifelong.
Lifelong contractual union between two people. Only two.
Between two people.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the UK, so I'm gonna go by the UK. But if I was in Arabia and I was rich, I wouldn't mind.
No, I'm asking for your definition of marriage. Forget about whether you're in UK or not. What is your definition of marriage?
Well, that's why it is my definition of marriage.
Sure. So now show me. So this is what Islam promotes. So let's go through some verses. So please show me from the Quran where you find these details.
Okay.
Sorry. Let's make sure. Age wise, any particular details age wise, between the two people, any particular detail?
But the Quran doesn't have an age.
No, I'm asking you in terms of marriage, age wise.
Oh, for me,
no, not for you. Well, based on marriage, when you consider the term marriage, age.
18.
18?
Yeah.
Okay, above 18. And age difference?
What do you mean age difference?
Age difference between the two people.
Oh, so 18 and over.
Yeah, I know, but age difference. Any particular detail on age? I mean, can someone who's 80 get married to someone who's 18?
Yes, they can if they want to.
In your mind, would you take that to be a marriage?
I wouldn't say that's type of a marriage, because she's 80 and you're 18, and in my personal view, I think you could hurt the 80-year-old by marrying her. I don't think she'll be ready.
Okay, we'll get those things later. Okay, now fine. Let's okay. So now, please show me these. We'll get to the contract later, but did I delete something? Sorry. Economics. Oh no, I actually introduced some. Yeah, please. Can you please demonstrate these details in the Quran?
Okay.
This is all lovely, but I don't see this in the Quran. So please, there are a number of expressions here. Lifelong, contractual, meaning some sort of commitment, lifelong commitment, two adults, in a socially recognizable manner, love, respect. Where do you see this in the Quran?
It doesn't say in the Quran, but it does have. I would say it doesn't have that, but the Quran does not have a single dedicated marriage agreement chapter, but rather addresses marriage.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
regulations and material.
The Quran. My dear friend, look at this. What did you say? Your first preference is the Islamic Allah, the Prophet. So better the Islamic Allah gives you some proper details, without which you'll be all over the place. So I'm asking you, based on the Quran, where do you find these details?
These details are not there, but the Quran does speak about marriage. The details I gave now is not in the Quran, but what it does, the Quran does speak about marriage, and we based it off the Quran, and we could agree, Muslims could agree, this is halal way of doing it as well.
Sure. So this is halal.
Yeah.
Anything that contradicts this would be bad. Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how you do it. I mean,
No,
let's say
no,
you
no.
just
If this is okay, let me ask you this: if there is no lifelong contractual union, lifelong, if the commitment isn't there, is that
yeah
a marriage?
lifelong. That's just a short-term marriage.
No,
If it's
my
not
dear friend.
lifelong,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. If the lifelong commitment doesn't exist, is that a marriage?
no.
So that's what I'm asked. So no lifelong commitment, not a marriage. Yeah.
It could be a marriage. It
No.
could.
How? When will it be
If
a marriage?
let's say you have a contract for 5 years, that's a 5-year marriage.
Okay. So you
So
can have a
yeah,
5-year marriage.
if someone wants to do it like that, they could, or 2 months or 3 months.
You call that a marriage when there is a for 2 months is a marriage?
Possibly could be. I mean, you're getting married.
You know what we call that here in the UK?
What do you call it?
Prostitution.
Maybe you could call that, but it's
What do
not
you mean you
illegal in
could?
the UK. It's not illegal in
I'm
the
not
UK.
my dear friend. I'm not asking if this is illegal or legal. That's not the question. I'm asking you. I'm telling you that very simply. If someone say look, I'm going to be with you for 2 months, we call that prostitution.
Well, the
You
right
call it
word
a marriage.
is not prostitution. If you search on Google, this is not counted as prostitution.
So let me ask you this:
Marriage.
if you,
It's a
yeah,
marriage.
my different, are you saying if you go to a lady and say, "Hey, look, 2 months. Hey, 2 months. Can I be with you 2 months?" You think that is a marriage?
If it's arranged legally with a legal
Forget
judge,
about the
then it's
legal
marriage.
part. I'm asking you for a yeah, look.
Yes, I would class that as a marriage. Yes, I would class that as a
So
marriage.
that's how pathetic Islam is. Islam would call what we would normally in the UK call prostitution marriage. Do you think
But this
prostitution builds families?
this is also allowed in the Bible. I mean, it's not against the law.
Ignore,
It doesn't
ignore.
say it's against the
No,
law.
don't go anywhere else. Do you think prostitution builds families?
Prostitution doesn't, because they're having they taking money for it. They're not getting married. They're taking money for it, and they just working every day with diseases like AIDS or HIV, sexual transmitted disease, and they just working, making money out of it, and that's their life.
Sure.
That is their life.
1 second. Taking money for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You said that's what you're going to do.
I mean, no, you could give certain amount of
What is
money.
the difference between this and this?
No, money. Like, look, if this is the lifelong one, right? So if you're divorcing,
Forget about the lifelong. We have narrowed down to not the lifelong one.
yeah.
You said as part of your contract, you'd like to give some money.
Mhm.
That's taking the money. Somehow for you, taking money is bad, but that's what you said
Yeah.
you were going to do. So what's it? How is this not prostitution? Help me
Let me
understand.
explain. Let me explain another one. So, basically, it don't always have to be resulting in money. Now, that could be in the contract. It could be. Maybe.
Look, now giving money, if you don't give money, it's even worse.
I mean, look, two consenting adults could marry, and they just want to just have fun, and then maybe after 5 months, leave each other with no money. They could just do
Sure.
that. Just marry for
Bear in mind, you're using the word fun.
Or could
That marriage.
just do it for children, but don't want to live a commitment of a long life relationship. Maybe 5 months, have children, and then split up and just raise the children as separate parents. Some people want to do that. There's no money
my dear
involved.
friend, my dear friend, the question isn't that. In the UK, we have a moral decay which we have to deal with.
Yeah.
My point very simply is we're discussing this challenge of whether Islam ruins families or not, or ruins families or builds families up.
It builds family.
I'm not. You. That's where you began, but you gave me a dream which doesn't exist in Islam. My question is, can you demonstrate this dream in Islam? A lifelong contractual union between two adults entered into through a socially recognizable way. Does Islam provide this?
It does provide it. And let me explain.
Where does Islam give the idea of a lifelong commitment?
Well, there's an idea in certain surahs on marriages, but
Where?
I'll give an example. Chapter 4, the woman, verse 41. Sorry, verse 4:1. It discusses the creation of humanity, single soul, and the importance of honoring family ties, setting foundations for marital bonds. That's why that verse is explaining.
So no, so one second. So let's get that. Lifelong commitment. You're giving some example, yeah?
Yeah, it's coming from Surah Al-Nasa, chapter
So
4,
An-Nisa, Surah An-Nisa. Okay, which ayat did you want to go to?
4:1.
Where is the lifelong commitment here?
Let me pull it up as well. Okay, so it says, "Oh man."
Yeah, I don't know. Are you pulling up something? Let me bring that up. Which translation are you using?
I'm using Towards Understanding. I found some random website, but it's the same one. I could show it on screen if you want.
Yeah, sure. Bring that up.
Here it is. It's from Islamic Studies.
Sure.
Let me zoom it in. So it's Towards Understanding the Quran. So 4:1, "O man, fear your Lord who created you from a single being, out of created its male, and out of two spread many men and women. Fear Allah, whose name plead for your rights, and heed ties kindship. Surely Allah is ever watchful." So there it is. What is the mutual rights of human beings? On what principles on which sound, stable family life can be established? Questions that are discussed a little further on this surah as an appropriate.
Where is the lifelong commitment here?
So is this chapter is talking about, marital rights.
Where is the lifelong commitment here?
It doesn't say it.
Sure. So there's no lifelong commitment.
Is
there any other place where the Quran talks about lifelong commitment? Any other place?
Far as I know, maybe not.
So the Quran doesn't have this idea of a lifelong.
I don't know. It's a maybe for me. I don't know. So
sure. I can tell you. Nowhere in the Quran there is an idea remotely that there needs to be a lifelong commitment. Nowhere.
Okay.
Nowhere.
But
the idea
it still builds family, in my view. It still builds the family.
Okay. No. Let's go through this step by step. So lifelong commitment that doesn't exist. Yeah.
Do you want me to move this?
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, okay. Lifelong commitment doesn't exist. The lifelong. So we can build that.
It can exist.
No, look, lifelong doesn't exist. You didn't know. I know. I'm telling you, it doesn't exist.
No, the Quran gives you options. You could choose the lifelong.
Where is the option of the lifelong?
The Quran says, okay, it doesn't mention lifelong, but what I'm trying to say is it gives you the option.
Don't try to say anything.
Like
Choose
2
very
months, 3
simply.
months,
No, one
lifelong.
second. One second. Choose one of two things. Does the Quran say marriage, there is a lifelong commitment? Does the Quran remotely refers to that?
No,
Yes or no? No.
no.
Very simple. Yeah.
Maybe no. For me, my understanding.
You don't know. That's what we are going around in circle right now. You said earlier you didn't know, and so I have helped you out and said it doesn't exist. So lifelong bin. Yeah.
I
Now
wouldn't bin
two
it, but
adults.
I wouldn't
Two
bin it
adults.
because
It's been here. I'll tell you. I'll even add more details to that in a little bit. Now, but two adults is the idea of two adults. Is the idea of two in the Quran?
no,
What is there in the Quran?
it doesn't give an age. It does give an age
No,
of
I'm focused on the two right now. First, two is the
2.
idea. After we're talking about two people, is the idea of two people in the Quran?
Yeah,
Where
it's gonna
only
be.
two people.
No. For marriage, for two people in marriage in the Quran, there's an idea of. I think you could have maximum of 4 wives, and
Yeah, so that's not. Yeah.
I don't think the women could have 4 husbands.
Yeah, so that's not two.
Okay, the idea is maximum up to 4 if you can afford it and treat them equally.
Can you treat them equally?
Me personally, no, but maybe
Now, what does
if
the
I was
Quran say?
richer,
What
maybe
does the
yes.
Quran say? Can you treat them equally?
Many of their scholars and imams say that you could have more than one wife, but you gotta have to be equal to them.
Can you be equal to them?
Me, no, I can't be.
Anyone?
Me personally, no, I can't be
Okay.
equal to them because
Just
then I would probably pick favorites.
just let me let me bring something. 1 second, sorry. Just give me 1 second, yeah.
Yeah.
So Surah An-Nisa, Ayah
Yeah.
129, yeah. Please read that for me.
And you never be able to be equal in the feeling between the wives, even
So can you do justice between the ladies?
yes, I can.
But see what this says.
Sahih International, and you will never be able to be equal in the feeling between wives, even I can't read the other one. It's not. I can't see.
Yeah, that's fine. Maybe you can read this.
Okay. You will not be able to deal with equally between your wives. However,
You can
much
read this. You can read this.
you never be able to be fair and just
Yeah.
between the
Yeah, no, that's
women,
fine. That's fine. Or you can read this.
and you have it not in your power to be justice
Or
between
you can
your
read
wives.
this.
Okay, I get the point.
You get the point. So the Quran is very clear. When the moment you
No,
have
this is saying you. It's talking
no.
about
Whoa,
somebody. It's talking
whoa.
about somebody.
Whoa. 1 second. The Quran is very clear. The moment you have multiple, you cannot be. Okay. So let's get back to this. The two people, husband and a wife, is the only right arrangement. Anything more, it's a confusion. It's not a marriage. It's not a marriage commitment. Do we agree? The Quran itself confirms that.
The
Don't go to ChatGPT and try your best.
it's not ChatGPT. It's not
This
ChatGPT.
is here in front of you. You don't seem to believe in the Quran. Islamic Allah may beat you up big time tonight.
Yes,
You not believe in the Islamic Allah? You've read the Quran right now. You've understood. As the moment you have more than one, you're not going to be fair.
No, but if we look at chapter Surah
Earlier you said you can have multiple if you can be fair, but the Quran is clear. You
which
can't
permits
say,
man to marry up to 4
wow,
wives
wow,
only
wow,
if
wow.
it's
Muslim
still
defender.
justly
It is
between them.
Muslim defender. Earlier you said if you can be fair between multiple, then it's allowed, is what you said.
Yes.
And you said your Muslim milkshakes say that you can be fair. But what does the Quran say?
The Quran in Al-Nisa 4:3, which permits men to marry up to 4 wives only if he can deal justly with them.
I understand. Only if you are able to do justly. But the same An-Nisa in Ayat 139 gives the verdict also in saying you cannot be just with them. It's clear.
If you cannot be just with them, then you're not allowed to have more than 4 wives. But if you can, then go ahead.
But right now, you're from the UK, Muslim defender. English, you shouldn't struggle with.
Then
yes, I
if
understand.
You go by your view, it will be haram.
One second. I understand what you've said so far. If you can be fair, you want to do. If you can't be fair, you shouldn't do. But the Quran gives a verdict that you cannot be fair. It's clear. Isn't it clear? What's in front of you right now?
Yeah, it's clear. It's clear. It does.
Yeah,
it does.
So you can't have more than one.
Yes.
According to this.
Yeah.
Yet, Islam allows for you to have more than one. Which means, by definition, according to Islam's confession, you won't have a fair relationship.
Even though you strive for it, it won't be fair. That's what I'm saying.
So essentially, the Islam already is a recipe for disaster. Yeah. So 2 you can bin, because in Islam multiple are allowed.
I mean maximum is 4.
Yeah. No, actually that's not true. But okay, let's say for now maximum 4. So 2 you can bin because max 4. But the Quran confirms you won't be fair. Yeah?
Yeah.
So this is a recipe for disaster. This is not a marriage, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, does the Quran say that it needs to be between adults?
It doesn't give an age, just like the Bible.
What do you mean it doesn't give? Don't slander the Bible, my dear Muslim defender.
Does Bible have an age?
Wow. I'll go to the Bible when we need to go to. Don't slander the Bible. We'll come to we'll finish the case with the Quran and go anywhere else. Now, what were we dealing with? Okay, so age, adults. The Quran, you're saying the Quran doesn't say it needs to be between the adults, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, the Quran doesn't say adults, or it doesn't give an age.
It doesn't? Okay, let's read. So, Surah 65, Surah At-Talaq, Ayat 4. Can you please read that for me?
Okay, and those who no longer expect menstruation among the women, if you doubt then the periods. I read this one. I don't know what this is about. This is explaining between adults that have menstruated and stop menstruating. So the adults that are at for some reason stopped, menstruating. They're adults. They stopped probably because of age or probably because of
if you doubt, so who are those who no longer expect menstruation? Who are the ones who no longer expect menstruation?
People who get sick and elderly people.
Okay, so no longer no longer menstruate. No longer menstruate are those who menstruated sometime in the past.
I mean, Right now,
And
we're 30.
those who menstruated in the past, but not anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the ones who know for whatever reason.
Yeah.
They menstruated in the past, but no longer menstruate. Now, okay, that's the first part. And those who have not menstruated, who are they?
There are women that for some reason didn't menstruate.
Okay.
Like
Why the so for some reason is what you're saying. For some reason did not menstruate. Why did they not menstruate?
maybe because of an illness, it could be.
Maybe because maybe because of an illness. Okay, let's see. Do you see what is in front of you?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So these are, of course, tafsirs. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So it tells you why they haven't menstruated. Can you please read this to me?
And O Messenger of Allah, what about the waiting period for those who have not menstruated, along with those who this one is added on. This is not correct.
But can you please read this?
Well, it says, O Messenger of Allah, what is the waiting period who have not menstruated because they are too young?
So,
along with those
what is the question about?
Those who do not menstruate because they are too young.
So, no, not for any random reason, but for what reason? So that's Ibn Abbas,
Yes.
Al-Jalain. When you go there, what is the reason they haven't menstruated?
Due to young age, it says it on that.
Yeah. Ibn Kathir, what's the reason these people haven't menstruated?
It says for the some the young who have not menstruated. That's what it says.
Yeah. So who are the ones who by age, because of age, not menstruated? Are they adults?
No, they're not adults. But this verse does not mean general outside of its legal context.
My dear Muslim defender, are these ones described adults?
No.
No. Okay. So these are not adults. So we can throw the adults in the bin.
No.
So the idea of whatever is being referred to as marriage in the Quran is not lifelong, is not between two people. It's between a party of people, like a group of people or whatever, and it's not between adults necessarily. And where do you see the love and respect? Can you please tell me where you see the idea that in a marriage there needs to be
Well,
love?
this is not talking about now you can marry them. It is not saying you can marry them. This one is talking about a time. This one's talking about a time at 7th century when the time was completely different. It's not the 21st century. This is the 7th century. The world was different. Back then, there was no such thing as the word pedophilia or anything like that. At that time, the whole world was different. So marriage was at a young age, and that was what's that called? The situation in Saudi Arabia and all over the world.
Fine.
You know that's true. You know that's true. So it's explaining about that.
Yes. We know these are about people who haven't menstruated. If
Yeah.
you, of course, you and I are speaking in English right now. If you and I need to use a term in English to refer to the ones who weren't menstruated, what is the term we would use?
No, we could talk about fucking. Sorry, I apologize. We could talk about. We could. Sorry about swearing. We could talk about. You know, Mariam and that and 14-year-olds in the Bible. And but
Muslim, hey, don't stand. Hey, wow, 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 wow. Excuse me. My Bible is marvelous. Just because we're dealing with your junk, don't slander my Bible.
let me explain. Let me explain the situation.
You need, excuse me. I am respecting you so far, and I'd like for you to engage in the conversation.
Yeah.
Don't slander my Bible. Don't slander my Bible out of your ignorance. You don't even know your Quran. Forget about talking about my Bible. Speak about the Quran right now. Let me ask you again. You said 7th century, Saudi Arabia. I'm going to ask you again. Someone by age who hasn't yet menstruated, in English, what is the term for that age group? What is the term?
Someone young, I guess, like children.
Yeah, children. Yeah, good, lovely. So we agree these are children. If they are children, of course, they're not adults. Yeah. If someone is a child, the child isn't an adult. Yeah.
But we gotta understand the context.
Whoa.
Let me explain the context.
Don't let me, please. A child is not an adult. Simple. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the child is not an adult. Very simple. Okay, they didn't use the term pedophilia. I understand. 7th century Arabians didn't speak English. I understand. But I'm going to ask you, if we were to use an English term to refer to what they wanted to do and did do, what is the term that we would use? How would you describe this? Some 50-year-old, 70-year-old fellow trying to have illicit physical relationship with a child. How would we term that as?
In the 21st century, pedophilia.
Yeah, the word. I'm merely looking for the word. Forget about the time. Yeah, our word. The word we use for that is pedophilia. I'm not asking if they use that word. Maybe they used some other word. It doesn't matter what word they used. But we, for our English conversation, don't do may I, June I. I'm going to now ask you, if someone was involved in pedophilia, is he going to build a family? Is he going to ruin a family?
No, this verse, I want to say.
No, please. If someone engages in pedophilia, is he going to build a family or ruin a family?
With a child.
Pedophilia is with a child. If someone
is going, I'm talking about.
Is he going to build a family or ruin a family?
May I explain the context? I think
you're not trying
to let me explain the context. So the context of that, the Quran is not about encouraging sexual activity with children. That's a common misunderstanding in the verse. The verse deals with divorce and adiyah, the waiting period of women observe divorce, remarrying. It mentions women who do not menstruate either because they are post menopause or prebescent. The legal point for the point is for women who don't have menstrual cycle, waiting period is 3 months. And what this is about, first does not.
Where are you reading from right now?
Now, this is my understanding from the scholars that told
me. Reading where are you reading from? Where are you reading from right now?
This is what the scholars told me. I remember.
Where are you reading from right now?
I'm not reading this from anywhere.
Okay,
I know this
because you're giving me a story which is exactly similar to what your articles would tell you. Let's go back.
But this is not a command for sexual activity with anyone. It's a historical context.
What activity are we talking about?
It is a historical context, shows the marriage age.
If it is not sexual activity, what activity are we talking about?
It's not talking about sexual activity. It's talking about.
I heard you. Please hear me.
One waiting period.
Question, simple. If I heard you multiple times, it is not talking about sexual activity, is what you're saying. I heard you multiple times. Now my question is, if it is not about sexual activity, what is it about?
Okay, this is about, let me explain. This is about women who divorced an existing marriage for igniting sexual activity. Is basically a rule on a waiting period before that person
Yeah,
can
what
get
is
married
it about is the question I've asked.
to make sure they're not pregnant.
Yeah, good. How can you become pregnant without sexual activity?
No, it's for the divorced women who that you
Hey,
know
my dear friend,
that
listen carefully. We have established that we are dealing with children. Your last resort was this is not about sexual activity. My question to you is, how can a child get pregnant without a sexual activity, especially in the 7th century? How?
So okay, so this is talking about menopause, so women, elder women who
Post
naturally
menopause?
no longer.
Okay. That's
Period.
the first category. You're
It's
trying
just talking
whichever
about
way.
older women, and then the second category, the
The second,
person
focus
who
on the
have
second
not
one.
started menstruating for some
Really,
reason.
you're reading from somewhere. Where? Yeah, please, yeah.
The girls are mentioned is legal, not sexual in the Quran, and is not given is given instruction on divorce with waiting periods, and yeah.
What? Yeah, you
And
haven't answered me. I don't know what.
and
Did you do a marathon of rambling on?
what this is talking about, and
Yeah.
why the young girls are mentioned, because in the 7th century Arabia, it doesn't matter if it was Muslim or non-Muslims. The polytheist was doing this as well, because back
Forget
then
about slandering others, my dear friend.
the
Forget
whole
about
Arabia was
slandering
doing it.
others. We are reading the Quran. First, let me comment. Let's comment and get to a conclusion about the Muslims who were inspired by the Mickey Mouse Islamic Allah and his Quran. Let's focus on that first. Whether the others were as evil as the Muslims, we'll get to later. We are focused here alone. Don't slander others. We are dealing with your issues. So tell me, there is a child involved, there is a pregnancy, doubt of whether the child is pregnant. Are we dealing with the sexual activity
It
or not?
doesn't say anywhere in the Quran that the child is pregnant.
So why were they supposed to wait?
Well, you're getting it confused. I'm talking
Ah,
about
yeah,
I'm
please
talking about
clarify.
older women. I'm talking about older
Okay, listen
women.
to this. Okay. Please listen. You are a big time liar, aren't you? Let's read this carefully. Sagi International. Those who no longer expect menstruation, that's the older woman.
Yes.
Yeah. Among your women, if you doubt, then their period is 3 months. Yeah.
Yes.
And those who have not menstruated. Does the second category have the same 3 months or not?
You are lying, because it doesn't say that the child is pregnant there in that chapter.
Read carefully. Is there an ida for the child or not? Don't type frantically. It's in front of you right now. You are a big time crook. I'm
And for
asking you
those
to
who
read
have not
something. You are a
menstruated,
Muslim defender. You're trying, you're typing frantically. I can hear that. Look, I'm a computer science engineer. I've lived and breathed computers for a very long time. I've worked with people online, offline, where I know when people are frantically
okay, but
typing.
this verse is
Stay focused right now. No.
this verse
Stay
is
focused.
about
No,
pregnancy.
hey, my dear friend, unless you stay focused,
This
give a
verse is
sense.
not about
Unless
pregnancy.
you stay focused, unless you stay focused, give a sensible response. I might have to report you to social services. So please stay focused.
So,
No, this is not a laughing matter. This is
I don't
not a
have
laughing
to.
matter. This is not a laughing matter. This is a serious point that I'm making. If you ignore the obvious problem here, I might have to report you to social services. So please stay
I
focused.
don't have children.
I'm quite,
I don't have
which
kids.
gives me all the more reason to be concerned. And so please stay focused right now. Is there an ida associated with the people who the second category? Is there an ida associated with them?
Hold on. I'm trying to explain. This is not talking about pregnancy. It's talking about divorce and waiting periods, not pregnancy.
Listen to me carefully. Is there an ida waiting period associated with the second category?
Waiting period.
Yeah. Is there a waiting period associated with the second category?
It's talking about that verse is talking about the adult women.
Hey, look, you answer about everything apart from what I've asked. Is there an ida or waiting period associated with the children? Is there a waiting period associated with the children?
I thought you were talking about. It doesn't mention that.
What are you reading? What?
It does not mention that.
What? Do you read this? Let's read this again. Those who no longer expect menstruation among you women, if you doubt, then their period is 3 months. Can you read this word for me, please?
Okay. Is the menstruation among your women, if you are in doubt, the period is 3 months, and also those who have not.
Yeah. So what is that?
The verse, that verse is talking about the ones that didn't menstruate for some reason.
No, we've gone. What? Look, we've gone through the some reason already. We've gone through that, haven't we? Unbelievable, utter junk. We have gone through that already. This is a child. We know exactly why they didn't menstruate. We know what the Quran is speaking about, and that is that these are children. Very simple. They haven't menstruated because they are children.
Okay,
my question to you right now is there a waiting period associated with them?
I'm going to read it for you. So what this verse is saying, this verse sets a waiting period after divorce for a woman who didn't menstruate, including very young girls who have historically married. It is a legal rule for divorce, not a rule about having sex or pregnancy. Islam does not allow sex activities with
What are you reading right now?
That's what I know about the Quran. It doesn't allow that.
Excuse me, Muslim defender. You can read English, can't you?
It doesn't allow that. What it does allow,
my Muslim defender. Can you read English or not?
The Quran says, The Quran says.
Can you read English or not?
Yeah, I can read it.
Can you please read what is in front of you right now?
You are mistranslating it, and
this is not my translation. This is Sahih International. Can you please read this right now? Can you please or not?
And for those who have not menstruated, I'm saying it. This is what it's talking about. It is talking about.
Yes, no. Wait. Wow. So is the 3 months for them also or not? Where are you? Is the 3 months for them also or not? Simple.
Yes.
Very simple. What happened? I didn't expect this level of brain damage in you. So clearly, yes.
You're trying to twist it. I'm trying to give the explanation.
One second.
Just talking about
one second. One second. Excuse me. 1 second. So the 3 months is for them also. Why?
Because it was 7th century Saudi Arabia.
Ignore why 3 months in the 7th century Arabia. Why did they have to wait?
There's not instruction on to do it. It's just given.
Why did they have to wait? Simple.
Why did they have to wait?
Yeah. Do you know what the Ida is for?
Pardon?
Do you know what the Ida, the waiting period, is for?
The waiting period is in Islam 3 purposes: for 3 purposes. So they're waiting for 3 purposes, and none of them are sexual or harmful. To make sure the woman is free, remain without legal confusion if there was, no sex in a marriage, like Islamic law treats divorce like ending a contract. Every contract is a closing period, and the waiting period is a clean break, making sure everyone is clear before marriage happens again.
My
And
dear
to
friend,
protect the women's rights.
You're just wasting time. I don't know if look. It's time for you to leave Islam. It's very simple.
No,
You
it's
don't.
because you're twisting it, and I'm
Please
telling you
please
the
take quiet.
historic.
Please take quiet. Please take quiet. Please listen. Please take quiet. Enough. It's very simple. The waiting period, if you read Surah 65 subsequently, you will find out. It's essentially to find out if there is a child or not. Very simple. And with the child, you still wait for 3 months. Why? Because you have engaged in sexual activity. You have.
No,
And
but
therefore,
what the Quran does say, it doesn't give an age, but the Quran does say, and older scholars said it, is that before marriage, the woman has to be ready, and it has to be at an age that they have to go through puberty and everything. That's what the Quran says. It doesn't say age, but it gives you the like mental readiness. You have to be mentally ready. And in the 21st century, we believe that age stays
wow. I haven't got a clue as to what you're saying, mate. Surah 65, Ayah 4 is saying that a Muslim man could have had a child with whom he could have had sex, and the child could have conceived. And this is what the Quran is saying. And to make sure if the child has conceived or not, they had to wait for 3 months. Because normally, in 3 months in a pregnancy, you'll get to know, through various signs that your lady is, maybe pregnant. And don't, please. And the Quran is merely saying that is happening for a child also. I don't want your explanation anymore. I'm going to ask you, are you happy with a child being party to a sexual activity of a grown-up man?
This is
And
7th
will this
century
build a
Saudi
family?
Arabia.
Will this
This is a different time and place. So we live in the 21st century.
what is the time and place? What is the time and place here?
The time and place is 7th century. I'm sorry. This is 21st century, right? And the Quran says
What is the time and place here in the Quran? What is the time and place here in the Quran?
That's talking about 7th century.
What is the time and place? What is the context? Is it speaking to Muslims?
It's speaking to Muslims and non-Muslims.
Excuse me. Who would read the Quran? Non-Muslims aren't going to read the Quran. Who would read the Quran? Who is it speaking to here?
Right now, it's speaking to the Muslims.
Yes. So to the Muslims, the Quran clearly is, describing sexual activity with a child, leading to, in its mind, pregnancy.
Yeah, but back then, this
is going to wow.
7th century Saudi Arabia and 7th century world was completely different.
Was 7th century Saudi Arabia terrible?
No, 7th century, the 7th century world was different. It was different times.
Is this terrible or not? Simple. Is this terrible or good? Please.
Is this terrible or good? This is just explaining. It's not giving you a legal to do. It's not what you need to do.
Please don't come back.
Do that. I don't have to.
Please don't come back, Muslim people. You're just wasting time. You would be a Muslim at this rate. You would be a Muslim for the rest of your life. This is utter nonsense. If at this rate, I'm telling you, you would be a Muslim, and God knows what else you'll do to our nation. At the level of evil in a person's mind, that he'd end up defending such utter junk. just because, or the Bible has the same. Yeah, right. So, okay, what does the Bible have? What takes us? So, where does the Bible have this?
Okay, Numbers 31:17. Kill the little ones, commanded by God.
One second. No, take it slowly. Numbers.
No, I want Numbers 31:17 and 18.
Sure. So Numbers 31, 17, and 18. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
What does Numbers 31, 17, and 18
Okay,
say?
now therefore kill every male among the little ones, the children, and kill every woman who has known a man by enmity, meaning by laying with him. But keep alive for yourself all the young girls who have not known man by laying with him. Enmity. That's what it means. So what this is saying is
Intimately, not enmity, intimately. Yeah, please go ahead.
intimately, yeah.
What does it say?
So what this is describing is basically spoils of wars. I could pull up another verse as well, but if you read
don't pull up. Hey, wow. Don't pull up anything. Where is pedophilia encouraged here, please? Where is pedophilia approved? Taken into account here? Where?
Okay, so now therefore kill every male among the little ones and old. Can you pull up my one, because I got the same one as you but this one says, but older women and children who have not known man by laying with him, keep alive for yourself. What does that mean by for yourself? That's why it says on the Bible Gateway.
Yeah, what does
I
it mean?
think you're looking at a different one. What that means, to my understanding, is keep for yourself, as to marry or keep for yourself.
Wow.
That's what it means.
Yeah.
Nails.
Wow. Deep. Say you are very. Your minds are evil.
I mean, there's no denying that.
Wait. If there is a road accident, let's say there's some tragedy that has struck, and you show up in that place, and if I say, hey, look, this child, please, can you take the child with you? If I said this, what would you think I am saying?
So, so I could explain what this means, okay?
No. Explain. Wow. If I said there is a child here, can you please take this child with you? What would you think that I have said?
But all the women.
Now, stick to my example. Very simple. I'll write this for you. This is unbelievable. We should actually section all people who agree with Surah 65:4.
Numbers 31
should be sectioned and should be on
Numbers 31:17.
Sex offenders.
I'm going
to ask you again. Excuse me. If you don't answer me, I'll remove you again. Very simply, if I said, hey, in a site of some tragedy, if I told you, hey,
keep for yourself.
Take these children.
He said keep for yourself, not take. Keep for yourself. The children and women.
Wow. Keep for yourself.
It doesn't say take.
Yeah, look, you keep for yourself these children. What do I mean? Please explain.
And the women, it said, and the women as well.
No, ignore this. Stay focused on this. If I said keep for yourself these children, what do I mean? What would you understand?
Well, if it was in the modern day, right now, and we didn't have a war, and you said keep for yourself this child, I'll be like, for what reason?
Yeah, you tell me. What all would come to your mind? Please
what
tell
reason?
me.
What reason do you want me to keep this child? That's what I would say.
Yes, I'm asking you. Don't just ask me back. Tell me what all would come to your mind.
In the modern day, if I was in an act of care, then I might think it could be to.
Forget about act of care or whatever. Look, I have seen you by the roadside. Can you please keep this child for yourself? For yourself, or what are the things that would go through your mind?
Okay.
Simple thing.
My mind right now, I'll be like, okay, I need to call the police on this person because this person is telling me to take a child away. That's what I need to do.
Yeah. But what all would go through your mind in terms of what this statement means?
I would want to understand because I'm not.
Yes, I'm asking you. You clearly can understand English. If
Yeah.
I said to you, keep for yourself these children, what would your mind interpret that as?
I would interpret that you are a child predator if you came up to me with that statement.
Okay. So this is how horrible you are. Absolutely horrible you are.
May I?
No, there's no explanation needed. Look, enough of your nonsense. If you came to me and said, take for yourself these children, I'd say, oh no, what has happened to their parents? Have they passed away? So is there no one else who could, near and dear, who could take care of them? Should I have to take them with me to my home and consider them to be mine, my own children? This is how my mind would work, because I'm a Christian. If in your mind you're only thinking about sex, even when speaking about children, the nation needs to wake up. Really needs to wake up. Muslim defender, please don't even come near me. I have children. Don't. Please don't come near me. Please let me know where you are. I'd like to report you to. Don't open anything more. I'm not going to bring you back. This is sheer evil, absolute evil. I'd like, if you can give me your, please, before you leave, just give me your address, home address, so I can report you to the social services, and so they can enter you in the sex offenders register. I'd really like to, we need to please be wary of you. Unbelievable. We can't let you near any child, because when we are speaking about children, you have obnoxious ideas. Absolute obnoxious ideas. Okay, so what were you trying to do so far? You said lifelong commitment between a man and a woman. We went through some details. Adults, we've been. Children, we've been. Love, actually, we've been also. If you had been here, if you had any respect to say, actually, that's terrible, that's really terrible, yeah, David Wood did that. Yeah, David, please, if David Wood did that, don't become someone who follows David Wood who did that. If David Wood advocates for this, don't follow him. I certainly recommend you to do that. If David Wood advocates for this as some morally acceptable behavior, then stay away from him. From what I saw, what David Wood said was that he has done these terrible things. That's what he said. He has done these terrible things. And not verbatim. I'm not reproducing his statements verbatim, but I'm merely saying the context was, look, I have done terrible things in my past. Terrible things in my past is what he said, from what I understand. But the Quran says this is an acceptable thing. If you're ashamed, leave Islam. But if you can help me, give me your address details, so we can report you to social services and get you on the sex offenders register. Please, if you are any self-respecting, please give us your address so we can act on you. I have a moral responsibility right now. I have a moral responsibility right now that I have to follow up on you. If you can, in the actually, if you can tell me or give me your network of people also. Slander, oh, try your tricks elsewhere, my dear Muslim defender. No one is slandering. You are the one who said this was acceptable. Yeah, you follow the Quran. You're even admitting today that this is fine, and so I have a legitimate concern about you. I'm going to have a headache. This begins. All right, better go. You're off grid also. Oh, you're off grid also. What when you have off grid news? News is that would you just be writing on yourself? Just writing news articles on how terrible you have been with children? Is that the news newsnet that you have? We're not talking about 7th century Saudi. We're talking about Islamic Saudi. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the instructions from the Quran. That's what we're talking about. Lovely. Okay. Now, time for Brother Pumba is saying video time. Let's do a video time. Although I haven't been at Speaker's Corner, I wasn't there last week. We do have some new videos that have gone out based on essentially from a couple of weeks ago. So we'd really like to maybe that's something we can have a look at. Right. Are you already nervous? Are you already nervous? You know Islam. You do live streams on Islam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask you a simple question. Yeah. I can show you multiple moral teachings from the Bible, from Jesus, which makes terrible people good. Can you show me one moral teaching that is in the Quran which would make an evil person good? If you can cite one example of a person who has become good after having become a Muslim, recorded in the Quran, or any other substantial moral teaching which changes a terrible man good, that would be lovely. What's your name, by the way?
My name's Islam Hakim, but
Hakim, yeah, please. One moral teaching in the. So this is Hakim. Just for a little bit of background, for those who might not know Hakim, just a bit of background. So that's Dawa wise. You might Dawa wise, Mansoor and Masur and Hashim and so on. You can see Hakim there. You can see Hakim, the second row, the bottom right gentleman, Hakim. So that's Hakim. So is someone who's part of the mafia gang network, one of the ringleaders. So let's start the discussion. Question, yeah. I can show you multiple moral teachings from the Bible, from Jesus, which makes terrible people good. Can you show me one moral teaching that is in the Quran which would make an evil person good? If you can cite one example of a person who has become good after having become a Muslim, recorded in the Quran, or any other substantial moral teaching which changes a terrible man good, that would be lovely. What's your name, by the way?
my name's Islam Hakim, but
Hakim, yeah, please. One moral teaching in the Quran. You do live streams.
yeah, but that doesn't mean I want to talk to you.
No, do you have an answer? One moral teaching in the Quran that will make a terrible person good.
Well, they can take their shahada.
Taking Shahada, They become nutters, go around chopping other people's heads off. How does that make a
No,
terrible
you
person?
see, this is your bad faith tactics and your manipulative, and this is why I don't want to talk to you and I don't anyone else.
Hakim, please listen. Hakim, don't. No, that's not good. Hakim, you do live streams. Please.
To you is
one
your
moral
religion, and
teaching.
to me is mine. Leave me alone.
One moral teaching that will make a terrible person good. One. No moral teaching. Look, that's a gentleman who does live streams in Dawa Foolishness channel. This one. Hey, man. So you can see a Dawa mafia gang ringleader, and I'm asking him for a moral teaching. If I ask a Christian, hey, look, tell me one moral teaching that you have from the Bible. They'll give you some nice things about love, care for others, and all sorts of different things. A Dawa mafia gang leader has nothing to offer. He thought about this. You can see him. You can see his eyes. I'll maybe play that again. You can see his eyes, eyelids actually shutting and opening rather quickly, much more speedily than earlier. So you can see that he was actually attempting to think. He even looked up for a brief moment. So he was really trying hard to think, to come up with a response. He really was trying hard. Yet, all that he could give was that he could become a Muslim, take Shahada. So let me show that again here. So you can see his attempt. He was desperately trying really hard. Can you show me one Islam?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a simple question. So now you can see, look at the way his eyelids are, working. Islam. You do live streams on Islam?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a simple. That's normal. Question. Yeah. I can show you He's looking at me. Multiple moral teachings from the Bible, from Jesus, which makes terrible people good. So he has already followed terrible people good. So he's still looking at me. His eyes normal so far. Can you show me? Now he is staring upward. Can you see? He's now moved. His eyes have moved away from me. His eyes is not facing me anymore. He's looking up, and which means he is thinking already. He's trying hard to think. One moral teaching that is in the and his eyelids, you can see, in stress. His eyelids are, shutting and opening much faster than earlier, which is an indication that he is really stressed. He's trying hard. So please watch that carefully again. From Jesus, which makes terrible people good. Can you show me one moral teaching that is in the Quran which would make an evil person good? If you can cite one example of a person who has become good after having become a Muslim, recorded in the Quran, or any other substantial moral teaching which changes a terrible man good, that would be lovely. What's your name, by the way?
My name's Islam Hakim, but
Hakim, yeah, please. One more. Now he has given up on his thinking. He has become normal. Moral teaching in the Quran. You do live streams.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I want to talk to you.
Now, do you have an answer? One moral teaching in the Quran that will make a terrible person good. He's staring up again because he's trying to come up with an idea again.
Well, they can take their shahada.
And the best response, he can take the shahada. These guys don't even have the clue about the definition of the word morality. So what is the definition? Oh, he can come to my religion. Well, going to a religion in itself is not the definition of morality. That in itself is not the definition of if a Hindu says, oh, look, maybe he becomes a Hindu, then that's morality. That's not moral. That's not the definition of morality. The definition of morality, is dependent on other things. Only in the Torah, by the way, for those, the Torah is a special case. I'll keep the Torah aside for a moment. But when we talk about morality without any religious affiliation at the start, Without then you, in terms of morality, you may talk about whether your religion has asked you to love others, your religion has asked you to forgive others, your religion has asked you to take care of others. Those sorts of stuff is what you need to talk about. After thinking hard, when asked what is moral, if all that you've got is they can become a Muslim, you've lost the plot. Let's continue.
Taking Shahada, they become nutters, go around chopping other people's heads off. How does that make?
So, especially in this case, just because someone begins to follow some particular God, that in itself doesn't mean he's good. Because if you want to follow a God who is a mafia gang leader, that would be evil. It depends on who you are following. You see the point that I'm trying to make? Merely following someone who you call as God is not a morally upright behavior. Whether it is morally upright or not would depend on whether you're following a good God. And so that's where my point is here.
Make a terrible person.
This is your bad faith tactics and your manipulative, and this is why I don't want to talk to you and neither does anyone else.
Hakim, please listen. Hakim, don't.
This is a guy who does live streams, engages with people. And if he is accusing me of bad faith, he could explain to me why my point was inappropriate, irrelevant. He could explain. I made a point saying, hey, look, you're talking about someone following your God, but your God is an evil man, and therefore if anyone follows your God, then he's an evil man. That following an evil fellow is not a morally good behavior. That's my rebuttal to his one argument, one example of your morality. Nothing to do with, this is just a rebuttal, not bad faith, nothing to do with being bad in faith, and nothing to do with, what would make him turn around. He is meant to know this, yet this is what he does. Why? The reason very simply is that I don't think he is blind. I think he has given up. He has given up because he knows there is nothing else he could bring to the table. He has nothing else, and therefore he has to resort to slander. Exactly, not agreeing. He is resorted to slander, like the way the Muslim defended it. And once you couldn't defend your obnoxious Quran, you essentially say the Bible also says this. So throw in slander like that, hoping people would move their focus of attention elsewhere. Let's go through.
It's
One
your
moral
religion, and
teaching.
to me as mine. Leave me alone.
One moral teaching that will make a terrible person good. You do live streams. Please.
To you is
one
your
moral
religion, and
teaching.
to me as mine. Leave me alone.
So his resolution is, to you is your religion, to me is mine. So why is he showing up at Speaker's Corner? Why does he want to do live streams? If this is his solution, stay at home. Why do you have to come and promote your religion?
One moral teaching that will make a terrible person good. One. No moral teaching. Look, that's a gentleman who does live streams in Dawa Foolishness channel. This one. Hey, man, Mr. Fontaine, please come here. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Please. Hey. Mr. Fontaine, what is going on here? Oh, here's a book.
Just to give a background to this gentleman, Fontaine, or rather John Fontaine, I think. Yeah, John. Yeah, that's him. Who has been debating on Islam multiple times. so far. He shows up at Speaker's Corner.
Sure. Mr. Fontaine.
I can't tell me don't want to debate me. That's what you do.
Hey, John. Lovely to see you. How are you doing?
He is scared. Too scared that he wouldn't. Yeah, Hannah Montana. He wouldn't even look at me.
He's a funny guy. That's the reason why
You know we don't debate you.
Say again.
We don't engage with you.
You don't engage me. Why not?
Because you're
Why
very
do you want to
aggressive.
debate Muslim
I'm very
apology?
aggressive. Are you?
I am very aggressive. You can see that here. I am coming around, saying hello, and slowly starting a conversation. That's me. And the other fellow is not even looking at me. Is commenting about me to his neighbor and having a discussion with his neighbor, and he is saying, I am aggressive. what
Don't look at him. He's not going to help you. He is not going
Why
to.
you don't want to debate me?
John, please
It's
say.
debate. It's
He
debate.
went viral last time. Do you remember?
No.
distraction tactic?
We all go viral because of people like you. You give funny comments, funny ideas all the time. John, please.
You can see what is going on here. You can see the conversations that happen behind the hood. You can sort of reverse engineer what is happening. Shem Dawa is slowly moving him away. Why? Because he wants to save John. Why does he have to save John? Because they know if there is a conversation, his Islam will be exposed at Speaker's Corner. And so they're trying hard to save face. And so see that again here.
Funny comments, funny
Look at what Shem Dawa does.
people like you. You give funny comments, funny ideas all the time. John, please.
Let's
Don't go with it.
Let's
No,
escape.
John, please
Let's
don't run
escape. Let's escape.
No, John, please don't run away. Don't listen to him.
Yeah, look at Shem Dawa's expert logic.
Please don't run away.
Don't run away
Listen to him.
from chicken like you. So the one who is running away is not the chicken. The one who is staying there is the chicken. And so if they are running away, he is saying, I am the chicken. From chickens like you is what he is saying. If I am the chicken, but if people have to run away from me, what are they? What are they? The other day, Shem Dawa said something very completely illogical, consistent with this Islam, the Quran, Muslim logic, totally legit. I asked Shem Dawa not to come near me because he has COVID. He clearly has COVID. That's why he has the COVID mask on him. So I asked him not to come near me. But when I asked him not to come near me, look at the legit Islamic logic. That's not why I have COVID mask. I'm trying to prevent COVID from you coming to me. This is Islamic logic. He's saying he's wearing a mask to prevent COVID from me getting to him. Whether he doesn't want COVID from him coming to me or me going to him, we should have distance between us. In simple logic. Just because the distance measured one way is the same as the distance measured the other way. And so he still need to keep distance. Just because he's reversing the case, he can't say, and therefore I don't have to give you distance. This is Islamic logic. I'm really tired, as you can see. Sorry. The good news is, through God's grace, the coming Islamic takeover of the West, the book must be complete. this week, and so that's the good news. But the bad news is that I am terribly tired because of the stressful work, especially towards the end. So so that's why I'm tired. I do apologize.
John, please don't run away. Don't run away, John. What's happening with John? John, are you learning from him? John, I'm here.
Why you don't want to debate me?
John, I'm here.
Why you don't
No.
want to debate Muslim apologetics?
John, are you learning?
Choose anyone. Pick
Are
one.
you learning apologetics from Shame Dawa? Are you learning apologetics from Shame Dawa? John, I'm here, John. Don't go around Kaaba. This is not Kaaba. Don't go around this.
He wrote a book, by the way, Arul. He wrote
From Shame Dawa. John,
You can see Shame Dawa now escaping. Is going because
here,
he wants to, you can see some other young fellow who was an utter nutter, a newcomer. He is going to grab hold of him.
don't go
You
around
can
Kaaba.
see desperately trying to see if somehow they can help John.
This is not Kaaba. Don't
He is
go around
not-
this.
He wrote a book, by the way, Arul. He wrote a book
What?
about the Islamic dilemma.
Please, John, please come in. Say again. I don't want to do what? John, I'm here. Don't be John. Did you come here just to watch from the watch what's happening? Hey, don't harass me, please. I'm speaking to you. You're harassing me right now. John, please. So what do we do? John, you are here. I am here. What do we do? Please come.
What happened with him?
Come here. Mr. Fontaine. Hey, no, not in.
Yeah, you see, Shame Dawa has brought his people who could come and save John. Shame Dawa went away to grab hold of this fellow, has brought him here.
Look, not interested. Mouse, please not. No, TV. Now, good to see you, please. Now, he is terrified as well. Please.
He wants to speak to you.
Him, he is a confused man. He doesn't know how to have a conversation. Now, please come. Mr. Fontaine. Mr. Fontaine, please come in.
So this is the state of Islamic Dawa. Utterly clueless, can't defend. They have a strategy which is to avoid people who know Islam and who can expose Islam, especially at Speaker's Corner. And they have an organized methodology using which they protect their Dawa Mafia gang ringleaders. So videos don't come out where the ringleaders themselves end up exposing Islam. Thank you very much, Dilip. Thank you very much. God's blessings. Dan, yes, absolutely true. God says, that's runaway John. We have 10 more minutes, so let's see. Let's see what else is happening here.
Hey, how are you
Hey,
doing?
they want to debate you.
John, don't run away scared.
He's here.
Don't run away scared.
He's here.
John,
Why are you scared?
come on.
Why are you scared? He's here in front of you.
Him,
Yeah.
mental ailment.
You,
Mental ailment at early stage. This one. Early stage.
Early stage.
Early stage.
Why?
If you want to help him right away. If you let this progress a bit, terrible things would happen. Don't. Now look at him. He is a bit confused. So, Mr. John.
And the reason, by the way, I said that about the young man there is I think he ran into me maybe half an hour before this or something. But yeah, I later heard that he's some TikTok fellow. And I could see, a long story short, for me, it was very simple. That young man didn't know what it means to wait here and then respond. He simply wouldn't. It was like a leaking tap. I was trying to speak to him. And as I was trying to speak to him, even as I started saying a couple of words, he said something. I don't want to speak to some utter nutters and lose my mind also. At least most of the other Muslims can hear what is being asked and then respond. This fellow, if anyone sees him anywhere, please avoid him like a plague. Unless you want to have a mental disturbance, avoid him like a plague. Perhaps it's just the fact that he is engaging only on TikTok, where perhaps there's no idea of hearing and responding. but but um, um, yeah, just speaking whatever you wanted to say, and not caring about engaging in a sensible conversation. So that's why I had to avoid him, and I genuinely think he has a mental ailment of some sort in the early stages.
Hey, lovely to see you. God's blessings. God's blessing. Any other Dawa, Mafia, gang ringleaders? Hello, sir. You, sir. You know the Quran. You're a Muslim. You're not Muslim. Confused.
Yeah, Muslim.
You're a Muslim, yeah. So you, sir. You, Paul, you're here. Now, thankfully.
I'm busy talking to someone.
Busy. Is that the, so?
So you go to Paul. What's the excuse that Paul gives? I am busy right now. I'm assuming when someone says I'm busy, he means I'm busy right now. I'm assuming that's what they mean. So he's saying that's the excuse he's giving. I'm busy.
No, thankfully.
I'm busy talking to someone.
Busy. Is that the, so after 10 seconds you're going to accuse me of harassment?
I'm talking to someone.
Sure. After you're done, maybe.
No, never.
After you're done. So if you're busy, maybe once you're done. And what is his response? Never. Well, you could have said that right at the start. Why did you have to say I'm busy right now? Or I'm busy? You could have just said, look, I can't speak to you. Like how John did. At least John is a little bit more sensible than Paul Williams in that he had a coherent, consistent stance, albeit obnoxious, at least consistent logically. I can't speak to you. Paul is making things up as he goes along, and he doesn't even know what he is doing and why he is doing what he is doing. So
Never?
Never.
Why not?
Because you are you, that's why.
Because I am me. And you, the interesting thing is you are also you.
That's the thing about Paul. If you catch him on his lies, he just walks away.
He just walks away. So what does Paul do as a profession? Does he deal with Islam?
Obviously, has no respect for people.
Say again.
he is saying, I don't have respect for people. Says the gentleman who just 10 seconds ago said, because you are you, I can't speak to you. What is the conclusion? He is essentially saying I'm unspeakable too. That's the conclusion. You can't speak to you. I can't speak to you because you hard to speak. So he, I'm assuming, is someone who doesn't respect me. And he then accuses me that I am being disrespectful. This is the state of the Dawa Mafia gang. Illogical, no answers, no responses, scared, organized to escape. So their evil ideas aren't exposed. That would be a good description of this these mafia gang ringleaders.
You said I am me, and that is a problem, and you are respecting me. You're running away right now. So Paul Williams, again, another hopeless case. Mr. Fontaine, a hopeless case. He has run away.
The tech legend who's been right about everything from LinkedIn to AI just
No, they're not equivalent to
It's zero without Islam.
They are not comparable to the hadith. They're comparable to the seerah
With no Islam.
with no Islam.
There's weaker. There's nothing.
What is weak?
Our fabricated
John, what is weak?
He turned around, looked at me, realized, oh no, I'm in trouble again. So they're speaking about, by the way, for those who are curious about the subject of the conversation, they're talking about their chain of narration, the seerah without an isnad being the chain, and some details about the chain. And seerah is essentially some details of a record of Muhammad. So clearly talking about this fantasy idea called the hadiths. And so I'm curious, to find out what they are talking about, so we can debunk them on that. Because Islam is entirely a myth. which presents itself as a as a as a reputable source, as a reputable history. You can see a number of in relation to hadiths, science of hadith. If you, this is a very popular expression. I mean, the level of misguidance in Islam is phenomenal. They call this the science of hadith. For anyone who gets to know or studies and becomes an expert on what this hadith business is, this is anti-science. The entire presentation of this is anti-science. There is nothing, it's not just that there is nothing scientific about this, but it's also that there is everything anti-scientific about this. But the Muslims would, like the Democratic Republic of North Korea, they'd say, yeah, exactly, like the Democratic Republic of North Korea, they use the term the truth of Islam, and likewise the science of hadith. Anytime they know they have some big holes, which is, with all of Islam, they invent some fancy term to make up for that desperately. And so they're discussing about this, something about the hadith. I don't know what particular detail. And so I'm asking what is weak, what is strong. And he turns around, he looks at me, and he realizes, oopsie, it's Arul again.
They're comparable to the Sirah
With no Isnam.
with no Islam.
There's weaker. There's nothing.
What is weak?
Our fabricated,
He turns around, he sees me. What is?
our fabricated
He decides I'm not going to turn again anymore.
John, what is weak?
are stronger than the entirety of this earth.
What is strong and what is weak?
Do you see where we're going? So look, I mean,
John, are you weak or are you strong?
we do not need them. Yeah? We don't need them. They're us, you know? We
Say again.
have the Quran and the Sunnah, and that establishes all of our history, it establishes all of our theology, it establishes our economic truth, it establishes our family life, it establishes everything in creation. What do we need?
Well, you need a little bit of sense.
Creation. What do we need?
He's now checking. He's now checking to see if I have left or not. He realizes on his left, whoever was standing, Arul who was standing, that space now seems to have become empty. So he's initially he sees me. Then he decides I can't turn anymore. I'm in trouble. And once he, in his peripheral vision, I'm assuming, once he sees that I'm gone from his left, he is happy, he is relieved, and he is turning around to check. So let's do that again. I move away.
It establishes everything
Look at
in
him.
creation. What do we need?
You see, he's turning around to check. He's relieved.
Well, you need a little bit of sense. I'm not begging. Oh no. Oh, look at him. He is scared. Learn to be scared of him.
Let's go away.
Now the real Muslim is coming out. Just go away. Why should I just go away? Please find this
Why
out.
are you angry, John? You're English, you're angry. Are you angry? Are you angry also? John, are you angry also? I expected.
Don't speak to me.
Why not?
Don't mention my name.
Why not?
Don't mention my name.
I've made it clear that I don't want to speak to you.
So I can't mention your
Don't
name.
speak to me.
So if I mention,
Don't mention my name.
if I
It's
mention your
just
name,
harassment, I'll defend myself. That's what I'll do. Yeah.
so if I mention your name, if I,
So that's Islamic Dawah Mafia gang. They show up at Speaker's Corner. Why do they show up at Speaker's Corner? Because they want to do Dawah. They show up at Speaker's Corner. Because they want to convince others that Islam is true, they want to show up at Speaker's Corner. But when they find someone who can engage in a meaningful manner, they run helter-skelter, terribly scared. They don't want to even look at you. They're terrified. And the moment they realize actually their initial tactics aren't working to safeguard themselves, now they resort to threats. threats. You can see, I'm going to defend myself. And someone in the comments on this video, I think, also commented. So John was prepared to defend himself, but he was unprepared to defend Islam. That is the state of the Dawa mafia gang. Islam is falling apart. Islam is in tatters. Islam is in tatters not because there aren't people who are investing time and effort to study and defend Islam. Clearly not. That is not the case. There are plenty of people like John Fontaine, like Paul Williams, like Monsieur, like Hashem, like Muhammad Jihad, like Ali Baba, and the rest of the fellows, the rest of the Dawa Mafia gang ringleaders. There are plenty of these people. And clearly they have money, resources at their disposal. And when people need more resources, of course, Hamza asks for loans and whatever else they ask for. They have resources. Yet, none of them is able to defend. Why? Like I said, not because of lack of resources. Not because these people are unintelligent. I genuinely believe that human beings can be intelligent. John, if he becomes a Christian, will become intelligent. Because human beings have the hardware here. It's just that he doesn't have the software right now. That's the problem. The software is corrupt. That's his problem. The corrupt software is Islam. With Islam, you can't make sense. You can't be intelligent. But if he leaves Islam and becomes a Christian, he can be intelligent. So he has the hardware, the resources are available, the hardware is there. Yet Islam, no one is defending Islam. The conclusion is simple. Islam is indefensible. It's beyond a state of being salvaged. There is nothing. There's nothing they could do about this. Even if you spend 20 more years working on arguments, it isn't going to work because Islam is indefensible. It's clear, it's obvious for everyone to see. Islam does not have holes. People may be familiar with Hatun Tash's and her team's popular message, the holes in the Quran. Islam does not have holes. Islam is one massive black hole. There's nothing there. There's nothing whatsoever there. And Brother Pumba is saying Islam hasn't got a virus. Islam is the virus. And the topic for today, of course, is Islam ruins families. We had a gentleman from the UK somewhere who ranted on, who we have to find the address of and have to report to social services and get him on the sex register, sex offenders register, because he defended pedophilia as best as he could, and essentially gave up and began slandering others when he couldn't defend Islam anymore. Islam is one big, massive problem in our nation. Islam ruins families. He tried his best. 2 people, lifelong commitment, none of which he could demonstrate from the Quran. The Quran is anti-marriage. Not between 2 people. It's not a lifelong commitment. It's not between adults. It's not based on love. It's not based on respect. Nothing that is needed that makes up a good family, Islam supports. As a matter of fact, Islam supports the opposite of what is needed to build up good families. Families are fundamental building blocks of a nation. You mess up families, you mess up a nation. And no wonder Somalia is what it is today. No wonder Pakistan is what it is today. No wonder Afghanistan is what it is today. No wonder Syria is what it is today. No wonder Iran is what it is today. You mess up families, you mess up a nation. And Muslim nations are messed up. The more they practice Islam, the worse they are. The more they ignore Islam, despite naming themselves as Islamic nations, the better they are. Still not up to the biblical standard. The biblical standard, on the other hand, is marvelous. Jesus is marvelous. In the sight of God of the Bible, marriage is between one man and one woman. It was seen at the point of creation. It was seen at the point of the end of the Tanakh. In the book of Malachi, God required men to continue in their marriage with who they got married to when they were younger. So lifelong one-to-one commitment is marriage according to the Bible. And that flows into the New Testament. Jesus presents the idea that marriage is between man and woman, Adam and the woman. And Christianity upholds marriage and considers marriage to be an institution of sanctity to an extent. God wants people to be committed to each other to resolve any level of misunderstanding, even to the point of everything, as long as there is no sexual immorality involved, as long as there is no sexual debauchery. God wants people to stay in marriage, resolve marital issues, learn to love, the husband to learn to love and to even sacrifice himself for the wife. This is marvelous. This is what would build families up. And that is why the Western nations knew how to build families. Today, of course, it's a far cry in terms of how much we stick to the Bible. But there is a turning back in relation to many people, turning back to the Bible, to the precious Lord Jesus, amongst many. And there is therefore hope. Our issues with families, broken families, single mother, single father families, our issues are resolved by us returning to Christ. Islam, on the other hand, does not support. And so if you appreciate marriage, if you want conservative, godly values, leave Islam. Come to the precious Lord Jesus. Jesus builds nations up. And Jesus is able to help our nation have strong foundation and a rich future. Saying he has been in marriage. Wait a minute. Yeah, he has been married. He was married for 36 years with his wife. Heaven sent right now, but 36 years. This is marriage. Christians know what marriage is. Muslims haven't got a clue. And this is why the Muslim gentleman suffered big time trying to engage in a simple conversation. I think there are some technical issues. What we'll do is we'll anyway pray and close right now. Please, all Christians, if you could please pray for me to make sure I complete the book. And hopefully we can have it done this week. If you can please pray, that will be nice. All right. Apologies. I don't know. I maybe I misread that. I'm really sorry, Brother Knight. I'm really sorry. But this is marriage. This is marriage. You can disagree. You can have issues, but you can speak to each other. Seek the help of God and resolve issues, because a biblical marriage is a covenant between one man and one woman with a lifelong commitment to love, to care for, to protect, to respect, to have each other as company for the rest of their lives, as equal partners, different roles but equal in value. Come to the precious Lord Jesus. Leave Islam. I'm going to bow down my head right now and pray and ask for God to help our nation, help our families, and for Muslims to leave Islam and try and get to know what it means to live in a true marital commitment. Father, come before your throne of grace, Lord. Thank you for today. Lord, pray for the gentleman who showed up here. Abominable as his ideas were, wicked and deviant, desperate to protect an evil cult against all odds. Not sure why he would want to have done that. That's what he attempted to do. It's obnoxious. Yet, you are a God who saves. If a person repents and comes to you, you are a God who willingly accepts. So, commend him in your hands. Pray for your blessings. Please take care of him. Pray for the Muhammad who joined earlier, who was arguing desperately for what he was arguing, and I think he ran away. I don't know, disconnected or whatever. Anyway, command all things in your hands, Lord. Pray for these people. Pray for all non-Muslims. Pray for all Muslims in the live chat. Pray for your blessings for them. Even if they wanted to do terrible things to me and to the others, still we pray, because we are Christians. So we pray for your blessings for them. Pray for your blessings for non-Muslim, non-Christian people who have been in the live chat. Pray for your rich blessings, especially for my Jewish friends, precious Jewish friends. Lord, pray for them. We pray for the Christian friends, ultimately. The team who have manned the live chat also. And Brother Joe, pray for everyone, Lord. Pray for your blessings to be upon everyone, for you to lead and guide, for families, Christian families to be strengthened, for issues in Christian families to be resolved in a godly manner, and for our nation to take marriage as an institution of sanctity again in our history, for us to return to the Christian values that we are supposed to abide by, Lord, for our nation to become great because of you. And Lord, for Muslims to give up on wicked, deviant Islam, and for them to be honest with themselves and say, look, I'm deceiving myself, lying too much. I'm fed up with these lies in an attempt to protect Islam. If the religion is so defenseless or indefensible, I better leave it. Enough is enough. Pray that people would wake up and take that stance and become Christians. Command all people in your hands, Lord. We bless you. Take care of all things. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Thank you very much, dear friends. Lovely to see everyone. Thank you for staying in this staying for a few hours in our stream. I'm terribly tired, but please, I'm hoping that I can wake up early tomorrow and get the book sorted. Please keep me in your prayers. Keep my family, keep our team in your prayers. Please pray for others who are in the live chat also. Please pray for the non-Christians especially. Take care. God's blessings, and we'll catch up later.